Hello there, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Wednesday, 5th of April 2023, and we're back to Factorio today, start of another week. Back to the usual, our modded factory short-term goal, short-ish term goal of improving, scaling up our vulcanite supply to our main base. It's going to improve our efficiency in smelting, hopefully. So recent sessions we have been updating them all, so we've got the latest items, the latest technology and machines all available, being produced, ready to use as part of this. That's done now. I think took a while, but we are updated, up to date, and now we can begin work on creating, I guess, improving in some cases our interplanetary logistics, how we move things between different planets and into orbit, out of orbit, that kind of thing, scaling that up so we can handle not just the vulcanite but other things we're going to get in the future. I haven't quite put the entire picture together in my head, not 100% sure how it's all going to click together, but we'll just try it out, basically just try and bash something into place and then see if it works or not, and adjust accordingly. I vaguely think we'll be able to do something constructive. We'll see how it goes. Today, specifically, some of the foundational elements of those logistics, we need cargo rockets. We're going to need a lot of them. Don't know exactly how many, but we're going to just try and make as many cargo rocket sections as we can in one of our rail grid squares. See what we think can fit, what a sensible number is, and try and put that in, and then trains will take those rocket sections to launch pads around the place to send them where they need to go, send different resources where it needs to go. We also need to factor in that some rocket sections are recovered in every delivery, so they're going to be moving around in other places and coming back. So what we produce, we don't want to like fill it up. We want to leave space for things to flow, otherwise we could gridlock our entire system by having too many rocket parts around the place. So it's a little bit more complicated than stuff we've been making in the past. Need to put some circuit conditions here and there to make sure we don't overdo it. We'll see how it goes. The plan today is to plan and build that production. If we get the cargo rocket sections done, then we'll also need the capsules that go on the top of the rocket. Probably set them up next door, and we'll get those in the same ratio. Every 100 rocket sections needs a capsule, so it'll be that kind of ratio to be put in for those to be made. And they will be slightly different as well, because we don't want to overproduce them. We don't need that many of them, one per rocket. So we won't want to be making them on the same scale that we've been making other things. We may need to change the way that trains move them. We don't want a full train load and other considerations like that. So things are a little bit different, but I mean, let's hop in, let's catch up with where we are, and then start planning this next thing in. So, like usual, in between sessions, I've done a bit of the cosmetic preparation of the base. So, L49 had some old interplanetary stuff in that's no longer relevant, so I've removed that. It was to do with deliveries to Everdome. That planet or moon is abandoned, basically. I haven't trimmed that world out yet. There's some things there we might want to copy paste, so it still exists. We just got no fixed way of getting there at the moment. But I pulled that out because it's no longer relevant, and then have put the servicing and the design in all of the empty squares there are where we're doing nothing. I haven't updated or tidied up any of the things we are doing, although I would like to. We may do some of that on stream, or depending on how things go, I may do that off stream, where I just change some things around the edges in squares and here and there. Depends on how interesting it is going to be. If I think it's going to be interesting, we'll do it on stream. If I think it's going to be repetitive or boring, I'll just do it in the background at some point. We'll see how that goes. We do still have a significant steel shortage, so you can see here the production is still quite slow, and that's because a lot of this like patch that we're getting the iron from has dried up. These ones here are no longer running, and a few over here are no longer running, so that's not flowing at the full rate. We've just eaten through tons of it as we got the new line set up. Most of these are now backlogged up, so we're not chewing through as much steel as we were, but this has run very low. Like, we may need to do some more steel production before we're able to get to the Vulcanite planet. I don't know. I would like to get the Vulcanite and put Pyroflux in here first, like initially, but I'm not sure if that's going to work. Gooey Squid and Raiders, welcome in. Lovely to see you. I had absolutely no idea you were coming and have not been lurking on your stream all day. Lovely to see you all. Hope you all had a good time with Gooey. We can do a little dance here because we love the Gooey emotes so much. I was just walking through what the plan is today, how things are going in Factorio. It's going to be much the same as usual. I'm going to sit here and mumble numbers under my breath and make some noises that sound like words, but you don't really know. Going to build some stuff. Slowly a factory might appear. It could be interesting. If you just want to kind of chill out and hang, I'd appreciate the company, that's for sure. But probably very different to a Gooey stream of... well, actually, you weren't getting that angry, I wouldn't say. Quite calm and collected today, in general. Hi there, Ollie Cat. Nice to see you. And Greg, good to see you too. Proper organised. This is this has been necessary. I'm playing with a couple mods that have made it really complicated. So to keep things like straight in my head about what we're doing and where we're trying to get, I've had to keep everything really as organised as I can. You know, straight lines. Everything has a place where it belongs. It's nice, actually, really nice, and everything's square, which I love. Lots of trains, lots of belts and stuff, but you know, we can go through some things on how I work as we plan more things out today. Angrier than usual, but relatively okay. Yeah, fair enough. Don't have a suit. I have multiple mega conveyor buses. So you've got this one here, for example. Trains unload at the top and the side. We combine all of the lines together into one big mega bus line, and that runs all the way down to here, pulling off for the production of just like tons of stuff, but still a fraction of what we need to make. The scale is just crazy with these mods, like wild numbers, but that keeps it interesting, you know, keeps something to do. And each of these squares has a similar thing, so trains are unloading on the side and the top and then combining and running down again to make different things over here. Yeah. Aliens are off on this planet. I didn't want to tackle like this depth of complexity while also having to like build guns, and personally I find the aliens in Factorio just a bit pointless, really. If I'm honest, just all you do is like build out huge chunks of laser guns everywhere, and it's quite boring. But you know, it's peaceful mode. The way that the mod works, there are other planets. Some of these planets will have a threat level. If I can find an example. So this planet on the right here, we can see it's got a threat level of 33%. So aliens will spawn there, but peaceful mode is also on, so they won't actually attack us unless we shoot them. So as long as we like kill them in one hit, they can't hurt us. Yeah, it would be chaos. Certainly. I probably, even with them off, even with simplifying some of the options, and even with cheating between streams sometimes to get things set up, it's still like massively overwhelming what we're trying to do here. So I may have bitten off too much to do all at once. It's a combination of two mods, and I've felt a couple times now I probably should have done one at a time, learnt them individually first. It's not the end of the world. We're making reasonable progress. We've unlocked some stuff. We've been to space quite a bit, but we've got a long way to go. I mean, research-wise, we've got all of these red things we like can't even research at the moment, and then all the green things about as long. So it's just so much. Nice train lines. This is the first time I've done like a gridded train system where you've got like these square blocks and lots of corners and stuff. I kind of like it. It has its downsides, that's for sure, but it's working quite well. And we're using the LTN mod, so the trains are controlled a bit different. They don't have fixed routes. They sit in the depot here, and then the mod tells them where to go and what to do. So we configure a station that says, you know, we need iron in this delivery point, and then the mod says, well, when it's low on iron, go and get more from the iron source, and so on. So I'm not sure if that's helping or making things worse, but it's certainly been interesting, at least, which is good. So our objective today is all about this item, the cargo rocket section. We need to launch stuff around the universe, and the best way, I think, from our previous experience doing it, is to send giant cargo rockets stuffed full of everything all over the place. And they're made out of these sections. We need to make 100 sections per rocket. And this empty square here, which is grid M49, will do. We're going to use that to make as many of those sections as we can that'll fit here. So we know from probably this square roughly what the limit is on the number of machines we can fit. So the planner's got that still set up. That was the 295 for the loaders, 13 there and 16 there, so that's another 30, 330, and it's all of these, which is about 150. So we could call it 500, maybe. I reckon we can fit 500, maybe 500 and a bit machines in a square. So we'll start planning a new one and see how many rocket sections we can make with 500-ish machines in total. Hi Squibbly, nice to see you. Hope everyone's having a good day today. I ate way too much for lunch and have passed out for the past 2 or 3 hours, just snoozing basically. So it could take some time to wake up and get into the Factorio pace. We'll see. We can pack the cargo rocket sections to move them around, but from a production perspective, I think we worry about that later. Just make the regular sections, put an arbitrary number in just to plan with, get the right recipe done. We don't have beryllium yet, so we'll be using this one. And then we want to break down all the individual elements to make this. We're going to need a whole bunch of stuff. Low density structures are quite simple. We just bring 3 raw elements together. Rocket control units. We need to make advanced circuits and batteries. Advanced circuits need all of these bits making. Let's we drop into the section and plan it as individual lines rather than a mass, probably. That's all of the elements. Then the batteries with acid, which is good. So everything left in red on the plan is delivered by train. Everything in green is being manufactured locally and is therefore in the list of things that are planned. That's RCUs with any cargo pods. Should need some of them, some of them. These are complex. Bunch of them. Combine them together. Make them separate. Bunch of them and them. Just a bunch of stuff. Whole bunch of different stuff. Wheels and sticks. Is that everything? Nope, need inserter parts as well from that recipe, which means to redo the wheels and the sticks. And then tablets, sure. And chests, okay. That's better. Then we need fuel tanks. Not too bad. That kind of circuit, then... Sure. Those. Gear wheels, beams, pipes. It's all iron, copper, stone brick. Yep. And then heat shielding's the last element that goes in at the end. Which needs sulfur, which is delivered in stone tablets we make, and steel plate. It's going to be a lot of steel, which we don't really have. So having broken everything down into its constituent parts, the top right shows us the raw ingredients we're planning to deliver, and those are all things that a train can deliver. So we must have exploded everything out properly in the plan. The number is clearly way too big, so to make 1,000 per minute we'd need 8.3 thousand machines. So we're going to drop that. I mean, let's start with 100. Even that's a bit much. 848 machines probably wouldn't fit. We also need to break out the plates from ingots. So we need to swap the plates to the ingot production, which isn't something we're doing at the moment, but we need to plan the space to do it to future-proof the production. So... what is that? 43, 75, 90 something, 293 on top of that. 950, it's about double what I think we can fit. So I think making 50 a minute would fit in one square, which is a disappointing amount. Less than I would like to make. So each cargo rocket needs 100 sections. About 24% are recovered on every delivery at the moment. So if we factor into our logistics network that those recovered pieces are going to make their way back home, then if we make 76 rocket parts per minute, we would launch, or be capable of launching a rocket every minute. That would take 664 machines and be a really awkward number. That number also changes as we research more. We'll improve our recovery rate, so it's somewhat irrelevant. Kind of inclined to go for the 100 because it's exactly 40 machines at the final stage. Nice round number. And it means we can launch a rocket every minute just off the fresh production, and then the recovered sections let us go even faster. But one rocket per minute is a round number. It would be 7 lines of copper, 5 lines of iron. It's quite a lot. And we need to use 2 squares, which we've done. We weren't planning on doing it, but we did it with N52 and N51. It was too much for the 1 square, so it ran on. So we can do that because M48 is available. You can just start at the top and run all the way down, both of them. Wouldn't be a disaster. Could include the capsule production in the same one, but that seems like a bad idea. They share a lot of the component pieces, so there is like a reason to build the capsules and the sections together, but I don't think it's the right thing to do. 8 different things to have delivered. The other option is doing less, like doing 50. Trying to fit all 400 and something, 70 machines into one square. And then if that's not enough, just duplicating it again in another square would mean more trains making more deliveries of the same items, which isn't a disaster. We have a lot of spare trains and train throughput at the moment. And as far as I know, 50 items per minute is going to be like way more than we need, because I have no idea how many we need, how many rockets we're going to try and launch a minute. The rockets are big, they carry a lot of material, so they shouldn't need to make the same journey very often, but we'll have a lot of different journeys to do by the end, which is, I guess, more the reason to scale it up later. Also later we will research better machines, faster belts, that kind of thing. Interesting. I kind of like this idea. Heading for 50. It's about 400, just under 500 machines, which I think we can fit if we really squish as much as we can. And it will run 4 belts of copper, 3 of iron. It's quite a manageable size. 2 belts of sulfur. That's interesting. I'm happy with that. That'll be the number we work with. Did the scenario start at rocket or from... So, from scratch, you get kick-started very slightly to get you into the electrical age a bit faster. So that initial, what they call the burner phase, where you're like feeding coal into every element, is a bit faster, I would say. There's still... So the 2 mods we're using, Krastorio 2 and Space Exploration. So Krastorio 2 takes every element and makes it wider, makes it more complicated by having more component pieces, slowing processes down, that kind of thing. So the burner phase was still longer than vanilla because of that, but Space Exploration kind of pushed you through that a little bit, so that you can get through the base game stuff. The launching your first rocket happens, I would say, a bit earlier than usual. And that's when the unique content of Space Exploration begins. So you launch your first satellite-bearing rocket, and the satellites start uncovering other planets and moons, stars, that kind of stuff. And then you need to go to other planets to get unique resources that you don't have on your starting planet to progress your technology beyond a certain point. So we are currently targeting Hephaestus, which I'm actually going to mark the priority up on that. So this is a different planet because it's got vulcanite on it. We want to come and get this resource, and that will let us produce production science packs to do more research at this stage. And then we'll need to go to another planet to get cryonite so that we can do utility science packs and progress that. All of that research is done in orbit, so that you get buildings that can only be placed into orbital stations. So we have a very small, very undeveloped orbital station above our starting planet at the moment. This needs redesigning, relaying and scaling up, because research has to be done in orbit, not on your base planet. Hardly quicker, but expands the endgame, yeah, by a long way. Stop. Yeah, it's I mean, in vanilla, the win condition is launching the rocket, so building beyond that point is like entirely optional and about to how big do you want to go, how many rockets per second do you want to launch, or whatever. You know, you're setting your own objective then, so the game is, in vanilla sense, launch a rocket and then you've won. So I need a train station here to unload 4 lines of copper and 1 line of various other things. So it's like 4 items. Don't think I've got any I can simply copy paste. It's 1, 1, 2. 1, 1, 1, 2, 7. Too big. 1, 1, 1, 1, too big. Okay, we'll just copy the initial part of this one. Put that into here. I'll need to add and change it quite a bit, but at least some of the wiring, most of the wiring, will be in the right location. I do think, for me, it would have been, I don't know, more interesting, more achievable to have just played Krastorio up to launching a rocket, which would have just made that slower and longer. Because launching a rocket is, I mean, we did the achievement to do it as quick as we could, and it is 8 hours. Adding that mod might have made it, don't know really, 30? Roughly 30 to 40 hours. Adding both of these mods, getting a victory condition is expected around 1,000 hours, which I guess I didn't think that was true until we started playing, and yeah, it really could be that long, which is wild, really, a long time. We're 150 in, maybe, something like that. Which I think is ahead of an average pace. Mostly because I've been cheating in between sessions. Just to get cosmetic stuff done, really, but it is still cheating. So these stations want... I mean, what's double? So sulfur is 2 lines, iron's 3, so we want iron and sulfur together, and then copper with other stuff. So why don't we do plastic, glass, silicon and copper here? Yep. Change that to plastic, silicon, glass and copper. Oh, I need a bunch of stuff. Let's go stock up on stuff. I'm pretty low. So I need... Don't need bots, don't need chests, don't need them. Don't need robot stuff, don't need trains. Do need combinators. Let's get a couple stacks of them because we're making a couple train stations. That's fine from there. Anything up here? Don't think we need anything from there. We're good on pipe and stuff. Let's grab stuff out of the safekeeping chests here. Some more undergrounds. Some more splitters. A bunch more loaders will be needed. Take some more of them, but we need the other inserters too. Some big warehousing. More machines. Can't fit enough in my inventory, I don't think, but we'll take a whole bunch for now. Should be everything from there. Chemical plants? Might need some. Probably will, yeah, to make acid and stuff. Somewhere over here I'll find a bunch of belt. Which we're going to need tons of. And somewhere down here, the inserters. There. That'll help for now. Get a few stations set up in the start of the bus line. Okay, so we'll copy that there, change the settings on these. So plastic first, plastic on that one, silicon and silicon, glass and glass. That's copper and copper already, though the wiring is not how I want it. Move that to there and that to there. That's connected, good. And then need a green wire from there to there. Copy the settings over. The red, yeah, need to connect that to there. Disconnect that, connect that to there, but probably gonna cut all of this out. What do I need? Let's cut that much. And copy paste this lot back in with the correct settings, the actual things we're unloading at this spot. Sleepy robots back in. What do we got? Looks fine, just need to connect the red line across the back of each warehouse. Looks good. So station is wired up. These are not wired, there we go. And then the balancer is wired right, I think. Looks fine. Back to regular view. We've got so one of each, and then it will be one of copper ingots, but we don't have the ingots yet, so we need to do 4 of copper plate. So that one there, that one's there, and then the copper there, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. Yep, okay. Line all that up. Those undergrounds will join if I get them the right way around. 1, 2, 3, yep, that's right. Should need to run the lines forward. Not sure how far. One more, I think. Then I can copy. No. Then I can copy that much. Let's set the priorities here. I need to push outwards. Yep, and then I can copy that much. Looks fine. Yeah. Apart from at the end, which is there, that runs into that one, so on. Here we've just got 2 lines, so that can come out. There it turns into 3, there it turns into 4. 3, 4, yep. The robots built everything, looks like it. Good. Then that's all a bit untidy. It'd be nice to move it in and line it up. So we'll have, no, that one there. That can join there. That one there. Let's move these guys over as well. And that'll run westbound until it meets the lines coming from the other station, and that will form the bus. But for now, that's a good start, and we can bring the items in if everything's set up right. It'll be fine. So configure this station. Bring the right type of train. We are requesting plastic and silicon, which comes in stacks of 100, I think. Glass comes in stacks of 200, I remember. Then copper. It's good, they should start requesting deliveries, they should come in gradually. And meanwhile, we'll set up the second delivery point for this square, which is doing stone brick, steel, sulfur and iron. 1, 1, 2 and 3. Which again, I don't think I've got one with those numbers and balancing already. 1, 1, 2 and 3. 1, 1, 3. One, 1, 1, 1. No, similar then. With unloading 4 things. So if there's one that's unloading 4, it's got 3. It's got 5. Nope, not got anything I can easily copy paste then. Just make it fresh. Might be easier. All that there, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 things are coming out, which are iron, sulfur. Let's do steel then sulfur, because the steel will become ingots that need breaking down. It should be on that edge. It's not terribly important. Stone bricks are over here. Got this right, there are 8 things in total. Yeah, the water we're going to pump up here in the square. We've got a pool for that ready to go. Seems fine. So this bit I can copy. This controls the balancing of everything. That one's going to be iron. No, iron plate. That one's going to be steel. That is sulfur. That's the stone bricks. Good. We need a arithmetic? No. Yeah. Lines up there. I think. Go check it up here. Yep, while we're here, I don't have the surfacing to correct that. Lines up with the back of that one. That doesn't seem right, but we did copy paste it. Just want to grab a stack of each of the surfaces so we can keep that a bit gritty like it's supposed to look. So we've got some hazard, some of the dark, and some of the light. So I just put a little wiggly bit around here, because that's what they all look like. Keep the factory a little bit pretty in some places. And their hash marks are going the other direction, so just overwrite all them so they're pointing the same way. Then green wire from there to them. Red wire across the back of them. I'm in the way. They're joined, and connected. Good. Copy that. Get that in for all of the wagons. While the robots are doing that, we can get our red line, connecting all of them together. Into that arithmetic and across. Good. I'll need to copy paste the settings for that. I mean, I could, if I could remember, I'd just set them up again, but copy paste is easier. So that's connected in there, connected in, and the belts are controlled by it. Should be good. Just need to do the last bit and plug it into the train station too. Set up the requests there in a minute. Just get the output of these done right. Start at the top. First line into there. Sulfur will be there, but it's going to be 2 lines. Which means steel will be there. No. Yeah, there. Then iron there, but it's 3 lines. Right, 2.37 lines, yeah. They go under to there. They need to push to the right. Same there. Those 2 lines, that 1 line and those 3. Should be able to copy that much. That much. Yep. And the last warehouse can plug straight in. At that point we just got 1 line, turns into 2 there. This turns into 2 there, and 3 there. Good. There's robots back inside. It's unloading fine, so let's get the requests put in. All the usual there. Then we are requesting iron, steel, sulfur, which comes in smaller stacks, and stone brick. Good. So all of those will be delivered. Well, the steel might not be delivered, and we don't have much. Probably are producing the 1.2 thousand steel per minute that we need to run this. So if nothing else takes steel, which eventually it will all backlog because we're not taking it out the other end, we could be okay to stretch what we've got until we can get the vulcanite back and make steel more efficiently using it. We'll see, I guess. Just neaten these up a bit as well, and then we'll run them north to join the other ones. Maybe a little bit further. We'll see. Robot's going to get distracted for a while, but we'll let them actually build it in a minute. Something is wrong because copper isn't unloading, and it should be. What has happened? These are all disabled. These are enabled, but there's an underground missing. I missed one of the sections here. Okay. That at least explains why it's not working. That should turn to 3 there then. 2 there, 3 there. They go under. It's in the wrong spot. That's better. They're all running, they're enabling and disabling, and they're all full, which is a sign that things are okay. Bring them over, it's a bit far. See how that's going to line up. So we need to run the bus down. Could run it down this one, the outside of it. That is going to shrink back eventually, yeah. So it'll be a bit tight for now, maybe, but it will shrink back in the future when the iron is switched over to ingots, and we need to maximize space here to fit all of the machinery in. That's all brought up to the top. This across one built in. Then work out how we're going to space things out. We probably could combine lines again. I said that last time and I was wrong and didn't find out until the end, but things like the silicon and the glass are only used in electronics. But in this case, we need more than half a belt of each. Only the silicon is less than half a belt, so we can't combine anything. We could combine the silicon with some of the sulfur, but that's just a mess. Not helpful. So we'll run full lines of all of them, I guess. Which is cool. So the bus has got 4 copper, 3 iron, 1 steel. 4 copper, 3 iron, 1 steel, 2 sulfur, brick, and those 3. So it's going to be that wide, I think. See, start lining them up. Fire Leader, hello. Nice to see you. Hope you're well today. No, I'm going to put copper there. And then probably iron, because I like having it on the inside. So we're going to want to cut that across here. To there? No. Kind of. Let's put that up 1. We'll send it under when we need to send it under. For now, just so I can visualize everything, leave it above. That's there. Then the steel, which is presumably the empty line because we don't have any. It's going to run to there. Put the sulfur on the outside, as it's 2 and there are 2 there. So let's run these guys in next. There and there. Which goes under? Doesn't really matter. Let's send them under. You are well, glad to hear it. Am I? Not bad at all. Not bad at all today. We've had a regular old Wednesday here. Did a little bit of painting of the walls in the morning, which always makes me feel slightly accomplished, like something has been done with the day, which is good. And then I sat around half asleep because I ate way too much for lunch. I'm going to want to move that up, aren't I? To there. So we can run that there and another one there. Scoop all that out of the way. What colour? Oh, terribly boring today, I'm afraid. It was just white. A lot of the walls I am painting white because I'm boring like that. I know it is probably not the most common choice, but most of the walls of my house I will leave white. I do think it's nice. Gives you lots of light, gives you lots of openness. I think it's a nice colour to have walls and ceilings. So yeah, most are going white, and then many of the rooms will have a wall or a wall and a half that's going to have some colour, like matched to the colour of the carpets a bit. Lots of blues and purples around the house, a few browns, which isn't bad. It will eventually come together. The main issue I have with painting this house is it's a new build when I got it, which was a few years ago now. Everything's settled all right. There's a few cracks here and there. A lot of the plasterwork is pretty bad, like way too thin. You can see some of the meshing behind it is just like coming through. So I kind of wish I'd had it replastered before I started, but it's just a bit too late for that now. I can't really afford it anymore. If I'd done it a few years ago, it would have been more viable. So at this point, I just kind of have to live with it. But in some places, I'm putting on like 5 or 6 layers of paint to try and hide the issues underneath. And then they put a layer of paint on the walls to prepare them, but it is also thin and patchy and really badly done. Lots of like blobs all over the place. So it's a lot of work of like sanding down some areas or putting extra coats on like again and again and again just to try and get something that looks okay. But I'm getting there slowly, you know, really, really slowly, but I'm happy with it. If I just like do a coat on a wall in the morning, then it feels like I've done something with the day, which is nice. Hospital vibes and the white walls, yeah. Maybe I should just get, you know, padding to put on all my walls. A real asylum feeling. Which way round do we do this? I forget every day. We split steel, then iron, then copper. So the first line we want is 9 machines that will eventually turn steel ingots into steel plates. So we're going to start, we're going to have water running down there, possibly. First machine should be there. There are 9 machines. Could go higher, in theory. But yeah, a bit messy. Steel plate from ingot. How much is the output here? 0.463 of a belt, so it's not that much steel. I mean, it's 1.2 thousand a minute, but it's a lot less than we've used in other places. It's less than half as well, so we could just output onto one side of the belt in order to save some. So there's less just sat around waiting. Doesn't matter at the moment because it's coming out of both sides. It just doesn't matter in general, I guess. I have steel in there, and again we could do steel in, steel out on one side of it, potentially, because the steel's a pretty slow one from what I remember. Yes, doing one in every 5 seconds. So that long-handled insert is plenty fast enough for that. And then 10 out every 5 seconds. Also, not that bad. But I will alternate them. Spread this stuff out a bit. It should be blacklisted on near and that blacklisted on far. Good. So we'll be in there and out again. Next is for iron. That's 22 machines. Going to have 1 line in and 3 lines out. Or 2.37 lines out. So 21.3 machines over 2.37 lines. It's just under 9 machines per line. So 8's a nice number actually. Every 8 we get a new line. Out. Yeah, it maximizes the space if we do that. So 1 would be in there, then 3 out of the top. Main issue is then swapping them over this side, so the ingots are going to go in, then the plate's going to come out above them. We'll need a bit of a wiggle, but I think maximizing the space is going to be more important than a bit of wiggle here and there. That's going to be in, and then they are out and they need to alternate. They have to. That doesn't make much sense to me. If 8 fills a belt with the iron, then 8 should do half a belt with the steel because it's half the speed. It's doing 0.463. Yeah, because it's not 8, it's 8.9. Fine. That's there. Copy down all of them. Then that gets cut, and we take all 8. The next one, and the next one. Are we going to go down and up again? Probably. From the length of that. So probably, yeah, like we have done here. Go down, turn around, and come up again in order to fill the space. Unlike here, where we ran some lines really, really long. I'll have to see, I guess. So that's going to go out. Actually, let's put a splitter in. Second line there. Could push right. Push that a lot to the right, maybe. I think it actually matters. It kind of does. Free up space so they can output. Yeah, push it right. Yeah. Although it's 22 in total. We don't need the last 2 there. It's 22 machines. Last bit's a little. So push that out. And then when we get to here, push it out again. And the second, so we'll have 3 lines running. There's the iron. Copper is newer machines because they run faster, sure. 16 machines outputting to 4 lines, which is like, yeah, 4 machines per line. Half what the iron is because it's half the speed. Can go here. Okay, we kind of, yeah, we are maximizing the space pretty good. So far, pretty good. Though I've forgotten to set those inserters up right, so we'll just do that now before I forget forever. This is splitting the copper down, or will be. They are good, and then similar deal. So alternate them. Near far, near far. Is that right? No, cut that one. Copy them down, so that's 8, 12, 16 of them. 16 of them. Yep, good. Similar deal here. Pushing left this time. 4 lines of copper come out the end. Good. When we actually have ingots, that will do the job it's supposed to. And then the bus will be bringing ingot in, switching it over, and we'll continue in this configuration after the splitting is done. Which will be down here. Next job, this is where it starts to get complicated. We need to... We're going to have 20 machines at the end creating the cargo rocket sections, which is not many at all. It's really quite small. Getting the stuff there is going to be awkward. There's 412 machines before that point, all creating stuff that's fed to the end, which is interesting. There's 5 different things going in, so we could potentially shift all this to the right so we could fit the 5 things here. We can fit the 5 things here anyway, or there. It's an option. Probably, depending on how it all comes together. It's going to be messy. We've run out of belt already as well, so we'll need to go stock up on that. Hopefully there was enough steel to make a bunch more. We'll see. Should be north of here. Still moving. Yeah, it's not great. Just grab all of it, because we are going to use it. And they can just keep working away as much as they can. Most of that built in. We'll deal with how we move things around later, and deal with whatever mess it makes. I guess low density structure could go at the end because it's the simplest kind of thing. It's just gonna have 27 machines making the low density structure from stuff that runs off the bus. So we can, yeah, probably. That's pretty tidy. We can leave that till last. What's most complicated? Rocket control units is 240, so that's probably the biggest. It is, yeah, by some distance. So I suggest we start there. Quite a simple process. Just big numbers. Which I guess it's just a slow thing to make. Where is it here? RCUs are there. Yeah, the recipe takes 30 seconds at default speed. So, yeah, it doesn't take much in. Interesting. Processes, so batteries and red circuits, glass and iron. Glass and iron are going to run off the bus, that's fine. The batteries are pretty simple. 7 machines make acid and 67 make batteries. That's a lot, but it's, I mean, still only a third of a belt of batteries at the end of it. Then red circuits need 27 doing the circuit. It's all nasty round, odd numbers. 14 doing that. 3/4 of a belt of green. So let's do the circuits first, then the batteries. We'll start with 27 machines making copper cable over 3 lines, 2 lines in. 27 over 3 is 9. So 3 rows of 9. Could keep it pretty tidy. Can't go there, so just have to start here. I'm going to take up quite a bit of vertical space to do that, which is not ideal. We're going to want to, in order to fit all of these machines in, we're going to want quite tight chunks. So if this has come all the way over to this point, probably want everything to run over to that point, or maybe a bit further would be okay. Probably like to halfway, which is 23 poles across. So there is halfway. So yeah, probably want to make, like, as neat as this would be, 3 lines out, probably going to want to put these all in one row. Possibly 2 rows. How's that? It's kind of spot on, isn't it? It's a little long, but only a little. And the bus will be thinner on its way up, so that's probably roughly halfway. I think that's the way to do it. These are making copper cable. It's copper in, cable out, but it's 3 lines, so we might do the same as what we had. In at the bottom, out at the top, and then there's a little bit of a wiggle to make that go around each other at the top. Should be fine, I think. And that on near far, every 9 machines. That is an awkward number. 4, 6, 8. So there. Need the splitter that pushes right for the second line. And then is that right? No, that's 10 machines then. Should go there with the third line. That there. No, I'm crazy. That's the second line. That's the third line there. And the first line from all of them. Yep, okay. Missing a few bits there. That is near side, so that should be far. Okay. 1 long line making cables. Copper's not 1 line either, it's 1.5, so 27, 1.5 of 27, or 26.7 over 1.481. So after the 18th machine, just to play it safe, we could just go after the 17th there. Input priority left. There's the second line, so that'll make 1.5's worth of supply, hopefully. And these can run 1 in from there. And there into the next stage. 4 machines make the stone tablets, and then 14 combine those 2 elements to make green circuits. 4 and 14 can't really go so close. It's not enough space for all of the belts, unless we do a whole bunch of undergrounds and wiggling around, which we can and probably should if we are looking to maximize space. So let's give it a go. 4 making the tablets, 14 making the greens. So I think what I'd do is move this initially to be on the inside underneath. I'll run there instead and then go under as much as we can. There or there? Over there. Into there, good. Clears out a little bit of space at least. This is making stone tablets. So stone needs to go in probably on that side. And the tablets can go out here and run along. It's similar to one we've done before, I'm sure. Just make sure it's working. where they output on the long handles. So I'm just checking the working light just underneath my face. If it goes red, there's an issue, and it is every now and then. That's because it's not putting the cable in fast enough. The output still doesn't look quick enough, really. But that could be because it's backing up a bit. I guess check the end one instead. I mean, it is outputting them. It just, yeah, it doesn't really look fast enough, which is a bit awkward. There aren't many other options, I don't think. Unless the input can be shared. Which it can't, because it's more than half a belt of each thing is needed. A lot more. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be like that. Stone tablet out on that side, and need to alternate them. Stone in there. And here, all sorts of mess. That's going to be the output, which will run somewhere. Put it there for now. Probably move it. That is also an input. And then, yeah, long handle output to there, alternating near far. Copy that section across all of them. Take off the little bits of belt we don't need there. Okay. So then we've got 2.222 belts across 13.3 machines. Every 5 machines we want to feed in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here we want another line of cable running there. Feeds in, and that goes under out of the way. And then after 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so there, we want to do it again, which is a small issue, we'll deal with in a second. We feed that differently, doesn't really matter. Priority the existing line. That's fine. The issue is that this long-handled output is then inserting onto the wrong belt. So one of them is going to be wrong, whatever we do. Gonna just increase power coverage and move it over. That'll be fine. So that's a far, that should be a near, that's a far, good. That one feeds in there, that one feeds in there, and then there's 4 machines afterwards. Seems fine. Does mean we've got, yeah, 2.9 belts, 2.2 of them are coming in here, and then 0.7 is carrying on. So we're going to want to pull off a line of cable to go under all of that. Be the first one there. That point, don't really know what I'm pulling off. What's almost a full, no, it's not a full belt, it's almost a third of 2.2222, but not quite. Belt with num-locks on. So it's like 3/4 of a belt. So at this point they run on, then we take another there, then we can squish down. Kind of irrelevant. You should all output downwards anyway. But yeah, that would have 2 lines there and 1 there. Needs to go under all that. Do that. Then we want to pull off again. So probably just do that. Send that one under as well. To there. Little wiggly wiggly, but we're okay. fine. And then at this point there's only one line left. What have we done? We pushed that in and off, that one in and off, that one in and off. So we should carry that line on, and then we need that much to push it down to 1. Pushes it to that line, pushes it to that line, yeah. That's the one that carries on for use in the next stage, the copper cabling. Green circuits are here, all of which are being upgraded to red. Yep. So that's fine there as far as I'm concerned. It's compact, which is nice, messy, but it's going to be at this scale, everything's going to be messy. And I think it's fine. So next phase is make the electronic components they're going to be combined in. Got 14 machines doing that. They've got a whole bunch of inputs. We're going to have to leave a gap now. We can't squeeze things around again, so they'll go here. They are making those ones. And we know they're fine. Or, well, we don't know. I've never really watched, I guess, the new setup to make sure everything flows at an acceptable rate. And everything's, of course, backlogged up and stopped at the moment, so I can't really tell if the way we've set things up is okay or not. It'll have to be. We have a shared belt of, say, silicon and glass running there, and then the plastic runs there for the long handle to take. And the components can just output on one line on this side, which I'll alternate. It's more than half a belt. No, it's less than half a belt. Okay, we won't alternate then if it's less than half. And that lot can be copied down. Good. Those are then running, how much green have we got? 3/4 of a belt. And we've got 3/4 of a copper cable left over. So yeah, whatever we do, it's need to be kept on a new line. So we'll have copper cable, greens and components. Copper cable, greens and components are combined in 27 machines. It's one line of each, one line out. 27 machines is a bit long though, isn't it? It is the same as the copper cable? Yes. How interesting. Never noticed that before. But good. That means it fits in the kind of layout that we've got. Be lined up with the end of that one. Good. Making reds. Re-inputs. A few different ways of doing that. We've not got space to do 3 inputs and an output here. So one line there, there, and there. Do the output on the long. That's fine because it's a slow recipe that only makes one thing. Oh no, 2, but these grab 2 at a time, so that's fine. So with 2 belts of input, we need to swish 2 things together, which again will be input at an acceptable speed. Just need to work out what we're squishing together. Probably the one where we have less required, I guess. So electronic components and one of the others. And then the other one runs like normal. And we can just send greens there because they're there. It's neat and tidy, and then these 2 get combined. One there. The issue being we need 3/4 of a belt, and when you combine them they become a half, so we need to have 2 of them. So we split that and combine it again there, which is relatively neat. Not amazing, but relatively neat. And they can split, I guess they can split evenly, but it's not. We're running with 3/4, it's like a half and a quarter, so if we prioritise the first lot, It's just a priority, it doesn't really matter, but we'll prioritise the first lot and do 2/3 of these. So at the 18th machine, we'll cut the outside in. They set up, they are. Okay, so copy that. That's 2. That's the 18th machine. It's safer to bring it in earlier. We know the throughput will be okay if we do. So just to be sure, might do it here. Or away from the inserters there. And that can go under without having to move the inserters. Happy with that. Going with all the ins and outs and what have you. So that ends there, that ends there, that is outputting there. That's where that line joins, and again I'd like to do a input priority, the left one, maybe. Should be fine. That's going to the top edge, bottom edge, yeah. Should be good. Green's being swapped over for reds, so that can run down there onto the next stages after the batteries, which are also going to be interesting. Do them in a bit. Looks fine. Makes sense in my head. We are only an hour and a half in, so my head's still working, I think. If it was to begin with. Let's plug in the materials and make sure I haven't missed anything obvious, and then we'll, I guess, see how it goes when the whole lot is plugged in. But we've got 2 lines of copper. First, they're there, so we're going to need to separate them a little. Do one there, which runs like that, and then the next one will be there. That one under there. Just needs to wiggle down a bit. All of that should priority left. And at that point we know we have pulled off more than 1 belt of copper. Right? Yes, 1 and almost a half. So we know we can cut this down into 3 lines after that point. Looks correct. That's flowing. Next is some stone brick into there. Runs there. Can it, yep, go all the way under. Good. They combine. Down here are the things we talked about. We need to wiggle them around a bit as well. So let's have whatever order these go in. Need to pull all 3 off at the same time. Guess it's awkward with it being all next to each other. We do 1 there, and then just trying to work out, do you go outside to in or inside to out? Does it make a difference? That would be outside to in. Inside to out would be the same spacing. Yeah, when it's 1 line of each. So 1 can arrive there, there, and there. Probably. Okay. So let's send the first one there. Can't go all the way over. Okay. We shall do that then. That doesn't work. Needs to go up 1 more. Oops. There. Then we can have Splitter there and there. That goes under all that. I've run out of undergrounds. We'll go stock up in a minute. But that's all good. That one to there, that one to there. We'll make that shared belt, which will make components, and then that'll make the reds. It's simple as that, I guess. Not too many different ingredients so far. Bring everything forward, and then we'll go stock up on underground belt and whatever else we're short on. A few more splitters, a few more inserters. That would do for the time being. More chemical plants are going to be needed. A lot more. Inserters should just be east of us here, somewhere. Them ones will do. Should have some more red ones in our storage of the old junk. Or not junk. Yup. Some more splitters from here, but I'm out of undergrounds here. They're here. Really have enough inventory space for everything I'm carrying. More belt. Yes, I'll take what I can carry. Then chemical plants, I'm going to use the trash slots for temporary storage. We are about to need 67 and 7, 74 chemical plants. It's got 28. I'll do math that quick. 58. That's 78. Should get the job done, I hope. Got some piping and stuff. We might have to just come grab some more in a minute. No big deal. Just make some out of the iron that's kicking around. Not sure on the throughput of a pipe, so don't know how we need to split this down. If all 7 acid machines can output into the same pipeline, which is consumed by all 67 chemical plants, then it's fine, but I feel like it's going to have to be multiple lines. We can't put 67 across. We can do 27. What is that? 67 over 27. 2.5 lines would be an awkward number. 67 over 7 nines are 63. So you do a acid plant to 9 or 10 chemical plants in a row. That would be so 2 each time. 2 acid to 18. Doesn't really work because that's then 3.5 lines of this. It's like, yeah, 18 across. Good, how? Let's just do a couple for my brain. Can't go there. 2 making acid. Did that. What space do we need? We can put them pretty close, I think. They need an input which can be shared, which is iron and copper. They need the liquid input, and they need the output. Yep, they can go this close. That gives us 6 acid and 60 battery. So then we just have to do this half again. 1 and 10. That would give us 72 doing battery, which is overkill. Take one off the end of each. 68, which is close enough. And in terms of dividing it out equally, safely, I think that's fine. Probably, so we'll run 4 lines of acid, but we will probably connect them together. Just, there will be 4 lines. So the throughput should be okay for each one. Get all these machines put into place. Double check I brought enough with me. Yep, good. So I can have, yeah, a tank on each line and we'll join the tanks together. Something like that. These are making acid. Doesn't quite work, does it? There and that. There should, you know, we can go underground and stuff. We should be able to get around all this fine. Just join them up. That one to there. That to there. Not there. Easier like that, maybe. Probably. I want a little further. Does not matter in the slightest. That. Like that, that's fine. So that's making the acid and they are joined just in case. So we'll then be running them under there. That one a little closer, still okay. That one there. That there, and then that in front of all of them. Set the recipe on these to make batteries. And the inserters. So yeah, we'll have a shared belt above that's got the iron and the copper. A whole bunch of times. And then an output line below. With the batteries, which are, yeah, not even half a belt in total, so it's all good. There, that to there, copy, that one to there, slightly different for this one. That's fine, I think. That lot there. Yeah, just need to bring them one over. Output, input, output, input. That will go under, but for now do that. That, copy all of that. Paste it over a couple of times, so bottom right machine is not needed. Let's cancel that. Good. And then just those rows to there. But the last machines are not needed. Yeah. That's off what we don't need in terms of bits of belt and this and that all over the place. Grab there, up in there seems fine. Something got misaligned somewhere from the start, okay. Try that row again. There. Looks better, so what am I missing? Run short of anything? Probably gonna run out of pipe. Just, no. Looks good. We had barely enough. Nice. all looks like it should work. Gonna be pulling off a whole bunch of belts on this side to get everything together. Bit awkward, we'll see. That's fine. Could have done with maybe moving the whole thing to the right to make a bit more space to do that in. But we've got all of this over here, I guess, which we can use. Sure. So that is there. Then that needs to go under and out quite a way. Say to there. Because we're bringing sulfur in to them. Seems okay. I need to work out how the water's going to connect, which I will need more pipe for. If we do that and send it under, then we've got inserters there for the iron plate needed for them. Seems fine. Then the next shared belt is there. So that can go out to there. It's going to be a bit messy. You know, always was gonna. That's the 2 in there. Doesn't seem bad though. That would be 2 there to make that shared belt. So the output couldn't go to there and go to there, and then not really. Might need to do something with the outputs somewhere. I mean, we could send them to the right instead. Join them all up there and then run it well over the top, maybe, in that empty gap. Kind of like that. Run it that way instead. Yep. I think that's best. One there. So if that's going to be there, that one's going to join. Let's do it like that. It's probably a more compact way of doing that, but we've got the space available. That's fine. We'll run it back there. Not there. That one. That is the reds, which is 0.37 of a belt of reds coming down. We've just made 0.37 of a belt of batteries coming down, so they can be combined. Interesting. Move that over one. Combine them there. Then try and undershoot this whole thing somehow. Guess to there. And then there. Should be good. Need those on the backs of them. Need those inputs. It's going to be a bit different. And yeah, that whole kind of thing. Sulfur to come in there. Sulfur into them. We need sulfur into here. Which can just run in a straight line, actually. Send that under again, because it already has been, and then that'll be there. Seems fine. Need a bit of pipe to finish that off. And a bit more to actually get the water here in the first place. Which does leave an interesting question. Just checking. I think everything else is fine. We're pulling off the iron and copper a whole bunch of times, which is unnecessary. We could pull it off once and then split it, which I kind of like the idea of. So we'll pull them off to here, and then run the shared belt down, a little higher up. Split off onto each run. That is preferable, yes. And that would be the last one. And we can output priority, why not? And they can be a straight line. Though we could do the same there with the sulfur. Why not? Bring the sulfur in here. Into there and then split it off. Sure. They're in there. Good. Sulfur, the iron and the thing. Yeah. And then the output up and over and then that down. Pretty good actually. Pretty compact. Fits within the space nicely. Belts are all actually quite tidy. Okay, happy. Let's get the pipe we need to get the water plugged in. These robots will come home. There we go. Should be fine. We're getting a good chunk out already of, you know, stuff. It's a big square, lots of numbers. Could take more than just today's stream to get it done. Pipe is here. A little bit of above ground, a lot more underground. Have I got offshore pump on me? I do. Good. Plug that in. What we do need to know is how much water is it. 40,000 a minute. It's a pretty big number, but it's only just over half of a pump, so that's fine. Can run one pipeline of water up. Or down in this case, I guess. So probably, do we want a tank just to pool it together? I think so. It's very unnecessary, but helps me. So we'll want to go under there and send an underground under each of them. Join them pipes up. Do that under as well. That's 1, 2, 3, 4 lines plugged in, so we just need to get the water in here, which is awkward because there's going to be underground belt running here as well. We'll just interweave them, be okay. We can both go under the same piece of ground, so that's fine. And that's the edge here and then up towards the water pool in the corner. Get that offshore pump plugged in. There is water, and apparently that's sufficient for what we're doing. Yeah, tank is filling up. They are getting water. Good. So we just need to plug in just the one input of each thing, which is nice and tidy. Copper can go there. Into there. Then sulfur. It's going to be there. Which can go all the way. Good. How much of those things have we just pulled off? 0.37 of a belt. 0.7 of a belt, so the sulfur is down to one line now. I can carry on as one. These guys can come forward. And those guys. And the copper and the iron, I don't think they would have dropped under a whole belt yet. Where are we? We've also got the iron plate going into the actual control unit itself. Interesting that it's iron. It's pretty basic material for that. Not complaining. We won't have used a whole belt of iron after this, and we won't have used... I've used 1.8 of copper by the end. And we're starting with 3.481. We will be down to 2. And there's no more coming off. So we must be down to 2 now. Okay. Not that we need to cut them down or anything, it's not terribly important, but I like to. Iron supply's a bit intermittent. It's because it's prioritising that way. It's not making it down the end yet. I guess it will when these start backing up a little bit. But batteries are being made, which is good. Which is more than can be said for the red circuits. They are not being made. What's wrong? They're not getting green circuits. Because I haven't set these inserters properly either. I remember fixing the front ones, but forgot about the back ones. There we go. Greens are made. Greens make reds. Reds are made. Join there. And eventually down the end there we'll have both of those elements. So the next phase of this, the first bit we need to build, 80 machines making the rocket control units. Which is 0.074 of a belt of rocket control units. So 80 machines making a fraction of an output. All of the inputs are less than half a belt. So in theory we could combine them into 2 shared belts in one long line of 80 machines. But that would take up too much space, east-west. 27, we could maybe push it to 30. Maybe I'd rather not. It's not. We're not going to go to 40 either way, so we're not going to have 2 rows, we're going to have like 3, which of course 80 doesn't divide by 3 nicely. But it does do like 27, 27 and 26. Yeah, that's not bad. Considering it's 27 across that we've got at the moment. Could it go there? Yes. Nice and squishy together. It can. One input, and an output. We then go there. An output, 2 inputs. 2 inputs and an output. Yes, but these 2 would be using long-handled for the input. Does that matter? The long handle can get 5 in every 30 seconds very easily, so that is perfectly fine. Do we want to juggle things any differently? Doesn't really matter. So, I guess with where that is, that's going to be one of the inputs from the bus. Mix of glass and iron. That's going to be that being pulled off and in. And that's the outputs, which we want to run down there, really. It's far over without interfering with the bus. And it's going to go a long way down. Going to have a very long belt full of rocket control units we're not using. Which, thinking about it, we might want to output them to the right, because we're going down and up again. The last building is going to be in the top right. So let's work on that basis. Why don't we just leave the output empty? And we'll work out where it's going in the future, when we've got all the other elements put together. That's all fine. So in, out. Move them over one. Be out. Those are going to be in. And that's going to be in as well. On this side, that's the out, an in, and an in. So that's going to be maybe that again, and then the other shared one short, and that's going to be the out. Yep. Fine. I think. We'll work that out in a second. Copy that much, and that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 26. Then we want just those rows to go one further. That's the inputs. There's its output, output, input, yep. That's there. And I imagine we'll have an output there and there that we can join up and send wherever the actual cargo rocket section is being manufactured, because this is what they're going into. Those final 20 machines. Is that 80? It is 80. Good. Plan is coming together. So yeah, I mean those elements brought together should make us the RCUs, which is the biggest chunk of what we're doing here. 240 out of the 430 machines is over halfway actually. Cool. Although the other half are more different elements, so they will take longer and be more confusing. They're going to go there and there, which means I don't need to split. Then we want to bring off, I don't know if we can really do this here, but if we could, where would it be? If we did it similar to above, go off there, split somewhere, not there, say there, go under that bit. Nicer if we just pushed that over one, send them there. Them there. Yep, so we just need iron and glass for that. There is the iron. Here is where glass lives. So there. Bring everything else forward as well while we're here. Not bad going. The amount they're taking, I kind of feel like not setting the priority inputs here, or outputs, half each way rather than letting one back up before doing the other. Possibly better. But good. Rocket control units are being manufactured. Good. 50 per minute. No, 200 per minute. 200 RCUs per minute. Not bad. But what's next? Like I say, low density we're going to do last. Heat shielding's pretty simple as well, isn't it? Relatively, so that'll go penultimate. So either the pod or the tank. Pod is confusing as hell, but lots of tiny little bits, which is so annoying. I've talked about this before and I'll keep saying it. I know it's not like a conscious design, it's just the way things came together by combining the two mods. But we've got 80 machines making rocket control units to the same ratio that we need 0.8 machines making single cylinder engines within this process. It's Like the ratios are so wildly off. And I hate that personally, but it's not like a person designed that specifically. So cargo pod, or what's the difference? This needs inserters, reds and chests. This needs storage tank pump height. They're quite similar. Both are a mess and it doesn't really matter. Let's go biggest to smallest. We'll do cargo pods next. That's 62 machines in total. Just going to bring everything forward a little further. So the next machine, it could go here in theory. Probably leave a little gap. So we need all sorts all over the place. Burner inserters need inserter parts and single cylinders, which are not used anywhere else. That's quite self-contained, so we might do the inserters first. Although they need, or will need, yeah, electronic circuits, which are also needed in the reds. So we're probably going to do it the same way we usually do it and end up with a bit of spaghetti this time around, quite a bit of it. We'll start with the copper cable, which is 10 machines, outputting on 1.037 belts, which is 2 belts. Damn, that's annoying. Fine, 9 1/3 machines, which can go this close. That's fine. Copper in there, cable out here. Get them all configured right. Be that down. And then the last machine, or I guess we'll do 2 just to be sure. We'll go onto a second line. They will run same as the others. There. I've run out of inserters, okay. Anything else? A bit more belt wouldn't hurt. For sure. Everything else looking fine. Probably overdid it on the pipe, actually. Don't need more chemical plants at the moment. Yeah, let's just get some more inserters. Be in here somewhere. That one? Yep. Overdo it with them as well. Overshot it. It's just one to the east. Good. There's the cable. Some of the cable goes into making green circuits. So it's one machine making the tablet, 4 machines making the circuits, which are pulling more than half a belt of copper, annoyingly. It's 1 and 4 as well. Which, you know, I'd kind of like to do them back here in the interest of saving space. What would we need to do that? That's doable. Kind of. It's probably easier than doing them here as well. Probably. Because we can output that there and then... No. Let's do what we did before. Move that up 1. Send it out under here. To there, I guess. 1 and 4. That is making stone tablet. Go out there and in there. They are making green circuits. We can, if we upgrade that pole, just input the stone in the side. Keeps that out of the way a bit. Run the copper cable here. And the output there, I guess. That's what we're doing elsewhere, so it has to be okay. What is this? It's the quarter belt of it, so that's all fine as it is. That's all fine as it is. They just need setting properly. That's going to pull off from there. How much? We've made 1.037. This is pulling more than 0.037, so that can turn into 1 afterwards. Kind of like it to be that one, though. Interesting. That's going to pull that way, that's going to push. Because it's 1, it doesn't matter. That'll work fine. Doesn't need to go under, that's fine. That can run there, that runs there. This output is then going to run. Can't run there. Damn. Fine. Something else will go there. That's there. Good. Some of the greens are turned into reds, but they're not needed for quite a while, so we could leave them till later. Do the inserters now. Sure. If I can work out all these elements. Well, the first of the inserters is the burner inserter, which needs a single cylinder and the inserter parts. The inserter parts need wheels and sticks. Single cylinder needs wheels and plate. Wheels need plate, sticks need plate. So with a whole bunch of iron, we can do a whole bunch of these. In order to do that, can we clear some of this out of the way? Here. Potentially. Have a look at that. Let's get the numbers right first. So let's do gear wheel. 4 machines do gear wheel. Then 2 making sticks. Which is a bit many. They're not all for this either. Let's do that different. We're trying to make 400 sticks, 200 for here, automation core, 200 for inserter parts. So it's half and half. So it'll be 1 machine each will be sufficient. So we'll do 1 stick here into inserter parts. Yep. And then single cylinder engine and the inserter itself. Yeah. Do we do that any neater? Maybe. Somehow. I'm not going to worry about that. They can go straight into there. They need iron, which is going to run along the back, and gear wheels, which are going to run along the front. That's going to be iron. And we need to deal with the output of this. So if iron goes under there, which might be doable, then these can go... not like that. There's got to be some way of doing this. They're just not going to join. Well, I mean, they can though. Goes under there. And they just join like that. They'll be on one side, which I don't think matters. It doesn't. Now let's say we do that. And then that goes under all of that to there. So that's going to be the greens on half of that. And then iron will run along here and we'll go into all of them fine. Good. the sticks can go directly into there. Gear wheels are coming out on this side. How many gear wheels are we talking about? Quarter of a belt, so that's fine. They are also used in the automation core. 200 of them. And in the small electric motor. Okay, that changes things. We are making 600 in 4 machines. Each machine is making 125? No? Yeah. 150, okay. Each machine's making 150. Sure. So if we want 100 for the single cylinder engine and 200 for the inserter parts, we actually just need 2 machines here. Fine. We'll move these down. That'll go there. That'll turn around. Move these down as well. That's iron. That doesn't need iron. Leave that like that. Does need them. And the inserter parts, which we'll find a way of doing. Yeah, we can... So the gears are going to the outside. We'll send inserter parts to the inside of this belt. Gears are needed there, but not beyond there. Not that that matters, we'll just have them run. No big deal. That'll be getting both the things it needs, and we'll be getting burner inserters out of there somehow in a minute. Seems fine. Bit messy, but seems fine. Iron goes in. Okay. If we then want to upgrade them into regular inserters, we need to make the small motors and the automation cores. So the small motors need... Both of those need 2 more machines making gear wheels, so maybe we do keep going eastbound. Okay. Change of plan then. Again. Those in there and out there. That in there and over there. Iron is still running that way because it needs to go into there, and that needs them and then there. Yep. They are then going to output. What do they need? They need gear wheel in. And then output to the near side. Which is going to run onto there. Yep. And then we're going to stop the inserter parts here by forcing them left and terminating the splitter. So inserter parts will go off and gear wheels will continue. All fine so far. The automation core needs us to do stick automation core. So stick can go directly in, iron goes in for that. Good. Then we need copper plate, which is a thing we'll deal with in a minute. We then need to make or bring the copper cable. Is it the last of the copper cable then? Yes. No, because we haven't made the reds yet. Okay. Need to bring some of the remaining copper cable over as well. Sure. Okay. Combine that with more plate and gear wheel. Plate and gear wheel. Sure. That there is for copper, which is right here. So You know, a bit messy, but why not? Just a bit. The outputs of these things haven't been done yet. Look at that in a second. Or do that. If we put one to inside, one to outside, they are there. Which is good. It's them plus the burner inserter makes the regular one. So it can just be there. Regular inserter. They are going in to speed. Half second. They're going to go in with a faster inserter. This guy's going to go out. Going to be fast enough. Long handle drop every half second. It really should be. We'll see. They go in there. Mondo, hello. Nice to see you. Hope you're well today. Having fun wiggling away there. That's going to make regular inserter. Okay, that's good. Got the space. Not bad. Going. Make the fast inserter. We need to bring steel and electronic circuit. And I need the copper cabling here. So gear wheels are on the outside. These were on the inside, but I've terminated so we can bring copper cable to here. Then it can go on the inside of there. That will be fine. That there. Turn them round. Should be fine. Wiggles are powering the factory. Not sure if we've got a wiggle power generator, but I mean we can make one. I'm sure. I'm gonna split the cable there. Run it under there. Send the rest of the green circuits are there. Okay. Oh boy. Green circuits and steel added to this. It's pretty simple. Let's move it over one. They're going to output and then input. Just upgrade that power coverage. They'll be there. Green circuit and steel. We just need to get them over here somehow. Maybe one on this side, possibly. They go out that way? I don't know. We'll see. Can we bring... Anything we bring down here prevents us from building in the next row, so I'd rather bring everything over the top. I don't think we can for the greens. Can bring the steel in wherever, really. Let's go with here. Ooh, don't quite make it all the way over. Do that, though. That'll be steel. To there. If I wanted the greens, we could send them this way instead and then split them and send some back. Messy. Too messy. Spread them out a bit and do the outputs differently, but don't really want to do that either. So... So we'll just have to block off the next line. Don't even know what we're doing next. Some advanced circuits, probably. So we could do with it. Yeah. Or, you know, we just don't. We'll have to leave the line. We'll just have to. As much as I'm trying to squish everything in, there will come these points where there's no choice. Split them there, so we can send it immediately next to it. Into there, and then yeah, they're available there to go into these 20 machines at the end of the whole process, which again is a lot of machines. Okay, we also need iron chests, which we might as well do here because we've got the iron. It's just 2 machines. Iron is here. Send that under. I'd rather do like that. Them in and out again. And set the recipe iron chest. That goes to the near side, then we can create a shared belt of them. And again, not sure if they should go right or left. I mean, they're being used soon, so I think they can come down this way. Join these lines for now. So next machine's going to be here. We've made them, so it's just the red circuits left to make, which is 6 machines and 3 making the electronic components. Let's do them, and then 6. These guys have, like we've done it before, shared belt coming in here. And the other one going in there. They're going to output to there. And they're not going to use much space at all. Less than 0.1 of a belt. The greens are also less than that. This is the last of the greens as well. Cool. Even the cable's not that much. Interesting. It's the same as that. So we can combine in any case that. Are the greens already? They are half a belt, aren't they? They're on the top edge of that, which becomes the left edge, which becomes the bottom edge. Fine there, and the bottom edge here, so we should put these on the near side. And make them blacklisted. That's fine. Set that on there, blah blah blah. So we'll have a shared belt coming along here. And the last of the copper cable coming along here. That's not ideal either. Be nice if that was above. Be nice if both of those were above, but that's not going to be an option with all that. So yeah, just that one. Or vice versa, whatever pulls off easier to there. Which means running under all of that, which is fine. Send that one that way. That one that way. We need to force it on. Well, we do that, it forces it onto the inside, and we'll change these back to the outside. And they'll go in, and then have to be long handled out that edge, which isn't ideal. But it's something. Probably going that way, we'll see. And assuming that doesn't need a whole belt either, which, yeah, nowhere near. That's all fine for them. They're going to be there. I think that's all good. A lot of different elements, but it's come together quite compact so far. We just need the 20 machines to do the last job, which, yeah, it's all like fractions of belts and fractions, so one row of 20 would be fine. Like that. These are cargo pods. They are taking fewer inserters, so inserter and steel. Chest and inserter are already combined, so advanced circuit and steel would want to go together, which means sending these the other way. Unless we do them differently, but I don't think so. Doesn't really matter. Send these this way. Going to be underground there already, so they need to go up one, under there, then they can go that way and under there, and steel will join them to run there. So steel join there, That'll be fine. And the other shared one, I've already run it all the way over there. Could go the other way. Considering I've just taken its space as well. But that doesn't really matter. Cut that one earlier. Goes under all that. Swap that to be underground. That runs there. In, and long handles out. This is another one where we don't really know where it's going to go, so we'll not put the full belt in yet. But assume it's going to head eastbound. Good. There's another one done, I guess. Another element. The next biggest element. We just need to plug in the inputs. Let's do that before assuming everything's working. That one's copper to make the cable. Then we've got stone brick. So there. Then we've got something running under all of this. That's steel. And I've run out of belt. Let's go get that so we can just keep building. Anything else? Maybe a few more long handles. Everything else looking okay. Probably need a few more machines before the end, but for now, looking fine. Belt is not available there, is it? It's in this chest. Somehow it's managed to fill up. Nice. They are getting steel. Just keep getting the alerts from the the train network saying they don't have any steel. Where were we? All that missing bit in there, and then iron is needed here. That's a little awkward. I'm going to need to put them ones back there. Go under to split that off. To there. It is messy, but it's good. That's all there. It's making all those elements. We'll see if they come out the end, then we'll know it's working, I guess. No, something's not working. That's been set wrong. There we go. Better. Next inputs are whatever we did before. I'd like to be consistent, so where are they here? Glass, and then combine silicon plastic. So that there is glass. Let's bring them forward so I can see them. That over one. So there, then silicon. This is making sense. Then the plastic. Set them all priority, get them under, and they're good to move forward. That's making them, that should make them. Something's missing. Inserters aren't set. Should make the reds. Should be all those elements. We just need to feed in steel at the end. Assuming there's nothing to terminate yet. No resource that we're finished with. Still going to need the electronic 3, the steel, the iron, yep. The sulfur is needed in the heat shielding, so yeah, fine. We might have reduced the number of lines at this point of something though. We have used more than a line of iron, just one. And we could be down the copper, but I don't think so. Just have a look at that. So copper was at 3.481. We have used 1.852 and now 0.63. So we are, in theory, we have 0.999 of a belt remaining. So I don't want to cut that down to 1 just in case we're a little bit off. For whatever reason, we'll keep 2 running of that. Iron. My scroll wheel will work today. Started at 2.37. Our RCUs used 0.889. And then these cargo pods used 0.963. So we're now down to 1 line of iron. So we were down to 2. Did I do that already? No. We were down to 2 here. Again, I don't need to cut this back, but I do like 2 if my inventory doesn't get too full. I can put stone brick back here and iron plate and steel. Makes a bit of space. No, I don't need that. And then after that, yeah, we can go down to 1. Everything else forward because we're at the end of that product. Those 2 lines. Not many lines on the bus really left, but still a long distance to go, I think. Don't know. It's kind of coming together pretty tight. Got another... Well, I think we're going to use like 3/4 of this square maybe to make our 50 per minute. We just still would rather have more, but we wouldn't have done more in this space. I mean, maybe 60 or 70 a minute, but you'd be guessing and risking just getting it very wrong and having to give in. Well, like I said, we can always just copy paste the entire thing into a new square and do more. No big deal. That's good. Let me just dump the junk back in here. The extras I just picked up. Good. Have we got any? No. We are missing the fast inserters. Something must be wrong. We are missing the inserters because we're missing automation cores. Because that inserter was not on blacklist. Automation core go in. Inserter go out. Inserter go in. Blue inserter go round. And we will then have cargo pods. Oof, good. Good progress, really. Actually, that was quite a complicated one, but it all came together reasonably in the end. So that's RCUs and cargo pods. Just going to move that down to remember we haven't done it. So next up is fuel tanks, which is similar to the cargo pods, but pumps and tanks instead of inserters and chests. Makes a lot of sense. Similar little bits and numbers here and there with a small amount of electronics and a small amount of this and whatever. After that, heat shielding, which is dead simple, just quite a few machines. Interesting that it's 27 and then 27 of that. There is a good ratio here somewhere. 27 machines of each thing, which fits our width very nicely actually. And then yeah, so it's just... If the fuel tanks take the same space as what we just did, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then it's 1 row to make, or 2 rows to make heat shielding, 1 row to make the other. We might actually finish in 1 vertical. Which is very interesting and very annoying, because if we do, then we could have doubled everything, potentially. We'll see where we end up, but if that is the case, we may redo it with double in a different square and then tear all this out and have double, or attempt double and see if it does fit. We'll see where we end up first before worrying about that. But yeah, let's do the rocket fuel tanks first. Although we are 2.5 hours into the stream, it would be a sensible idea to take a quick break. Give my brain a rest mostly, but also stretch my legs a bit and what have you. Do the same if you've been sat here for an equal amount of time and you're able to. Give your legs a bit of a stretch, it'd be good for you. When I'm back, we will continue with the plan today, make all of these cargo rocket sections here in this square and get that sorted out. I reckon we'll definitely get this done today, but probably won't get the capsules done as well. That'll be next session's big job. And yeah, we'll see how it goes, how it fits, and whether we want to adjust anything depending on how it does fit. But I'll just be 5 minutes and then we'll carry on. I'll see you shortly. Hello, hello. I am back. Let's get these rocket parts built. So, rocket fuel tank. Guess we take a similar approach. Although I've exploded that out wrong, haven't I? Start with a cable, make the greens. Ah, no. They're not used in pumps. Different this time. Greens are all used in the reds, so we could just make the reds. Then make the pumps, then make the other stuff. That'll be fine. That'll be fine. So, 5 machines making cable. Can't quite fit them there. It's a shame. Never mind. Yeah. Never mind. They just need in and out, or do we invert it and try and get clever? So these are being used in 3 things: the greens, the reds, and the motors. Could do the greens and the reds all in one long line probably, but the motors less so. We could do half and half, so do 3 machines here. It's a bit overkill, but give it a go. 3 making cable, 1 making stone tablet, 2 making greens. Stone tablet and greens. Then 2 making components. And 3 making reds. If we can juggle all the belts around, that's fine. Might spread them out a bit. It's an option. What is the inputs and stuff? So we're got more than half a belt of cable there, but it wouldn't be here, so that's pretty easy. In fact, swap them round. Can do stone in the side, them out on the near. Other side though, and put that down as well. Do it on this corner. So that's in, that's out on the near. They're going to be out, but on the far. So that'll be a shared belt there, going into there. That needs cable in. That's all. Copper in, I mean. Stone in. And that's got them, so they're going to output to there. They're going to output to there as well, but on the near. Yeah. Just going to go into them. They just need the rest of the copper cable, which is running here. So if we terminate the stone tablets, run copper cable into there. Is that a good way around? That's a fine way around, nothing wrong with that. And they can output, I guess, on that side. I need to deal with the other, or the inputs for here, which is a bit of a mess. That can go under. It's just there's space above, and this would have the inputs being below, which would rather have it the other way around. Or at least for one of them the other way around. Move them in. We can have one of them here, going under that, or further under. Not quite that far under though, damn. So that'll be whatever, really. One of them. The mixed one here would be preferable, so let's move that back up. Move that over one, then we'll mix the 2 there, and the other one's going to be here. And it's going to run there, it's fine. Long handled in, they're going out and mixing on there, they're outputting to there, but then just need to avoid that belt before running down there. that makes the reds. Yeah, good. Just need to remember we have to put the cable in to make the motors in a second. Or now. So we want to, I guess, make pumps, yeah. It's the most complex of the elements. So why not do the simpler ones first? Yeah, let's. So pipe takes 2. Iron in, pipe out. Then the storage tank needs iron plate and 7 iron beam. So 7 iron beam, 2 storage tank. Those are making storage tank. Those are making iron beam. So we've got iron going into all of these. And that one? Yes. Okay. That's iron. Pipe out. Can we swap these around actually? A beam out here. And can I just be one-sided? It can. Yeah, and into them. So we run that to there. Put the tanks on the near side and keep it going. Just terminate the iron beams here. Yeah, and then the iron pipe will replace them. Yeah, it'll work, I think. Seems okay, keeps it compact. Iron in the top and that takes care of itself, and then a shared belt of those two comes out. Join that. And then we make pumps next. I mean, we could do pumps down the end here, I guess, but I don't think we need to. No, I don't think we need to. So, got the 3 machines making cable, 1 machine making gear wheel. Gear wheel, and then 2 machines, a little over 1, making the motors, which are there. Then 2 machines making pumps. Ah, pipe is involved in that. Okay. So half the pipe goes to the end and half the pipe comes here. So we actually only need 1 pipe there. We need pipe, I'm going to say here will probably be the best spot. There. Maybe. Okay. That's going to make them, it's going to make the pipe. And a bit of steel is added. Yeah, into making pump. There. Okay. This might go better on the end. I think it will. Same as there, is that still not as long as the whatever is 27 that we're dealing with there? No, so that would be fine. I'll do more down the end actually. Or we could have put them back here or something, whatever. Copper is here, but it can't reach that far. So send it on the inside and stop off halfway. There is copper, then that is iron, which can make it under. Copper into them, iron into them. Then it gets confusing. Iron also into them, okay, that changes things. Move that there, them down. Iron into them. Gear wheel and cable, so gear wheel on the near side, cable on the far. It goes into them. Could put that under and mess around with it. Or we just long handled out, which is probably fine. Probably best. Let's check how many. Yeah, that's fine. And that'll put the pipe on the near side. Engines on the far side. Then we want to bring it in, I guess. Because it's a shared belt. Or we just don't. We run them like that. And have the steel join somehow. Is there any steel used? No, not in any other element of this. Okay. So we run the steel up here. We block off the next row. Which I don't think it matters. Okay. Then that would be mixed. No, I don't like that. I want to send them under. Which we can do by using a different coloured belt. We can interlace the two undergrounds, but I don't particularly want to do that. It's a bit ugly. Could go just to the other side with these. With all of them. Sure. Put pipe on the near side. And then bring it in. Send them out on the long. That's not ideal. Yeah, but it's okay. There we go. That's fine. So this is going to be steel, which we're going to send under. It's going to come in there, go under all this. As far as it will on each one. And land there. That's fine. That's steel. These, I think, are now heading the wrong direction, basically. Because we've got a bit of space here, we could use it. Got them, and that. Might as well put our... Ah, no, it's 20 machines. Never mind. They're going in a new row. They can go here now. I mean, they might fit... Nah. Because that'd be 31, which is too many. That is 21, which is also too many. These are making rocket fuel tanks. Lollycode, thank you very much for following. Appreciate that. Input on this side. Input and output. Is that right? Yeah, we did them in one long line there. Doing one long line here, that'll be fine. So that's the shared belt of pipe and storage tanks. That can go there and carry on. That is what we don't know about yet, so we'll leave them short. And then that's got the reds on, so we just want to sort that out. The reds are on the upper side of this belt. So if we carry this on, these are outputting to upper, which becomes lower. Perfect. And that'll be good. Just copy that all the way down. No, missing a bit. Try again. Did the right tool, don't accidentally cut it. No, missing that as well. What am I doing wrong there? It's going crazy. That's fine. That's into there, they're out to there, perfect. The robots finish that off, and that's fuel tanks done. That's a lot less space than I imagined. Pretty sure we could have relatively easily doubled this. That's very annoying. But let's finish it off and then deal with that. Okay. So we've got copper. What's that top on there? That's whatever the full one is. Glass. Yeah, so glass, then copper, then stone. Glass is there. Copper is there. I don't see. I must have left it behind. Yep, there it is. Goes to there. Then we've got the combined belts. That'll be silicon first. It's going there. Damn. It can't go there. Oh, unless we split there? No, because the glass needs to go under it. Okay. We need to move some of this around a bit. Bring the silicon where we can. And then the plastic as soon as we can after, probably. That'll be there. Yep. And that'll be there. Not ideal, but it'll work. Then we got iron, which can go there. Just goes up there, or I guess there. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine. Plug the plastic in. There we go. That's that. That's those. Next thing is the steel that runs under it all here. That goes all the way to the end. Nice. Lots of pumps are going to be set on that really long belt, but that's fine, I guess. Looks like the inputs are right, but things aren't happening, so if something's wrong, we just bring all this forward and then we'll take a look at what I've missed. Goes under there, that goes all the way under there. They are there. Good. Okay, so we're making greens, okay. We are not making reds because the components are not working. That's facing the wrong way. There we go. They are working. That is working. Good. That's all working, are they? No. They've not been blacklisted. That's better. So pumps are being made, red ones are being made. Going around there. Nothing's being made here. Output isn't blacklisted, okay. Input isn't blacklisted either, sure. They should go to the inside, which they are. Excellent. That's all moving, that's all flowing, so we should be getting the stuff here. Yep, they are making rocket fuel tanks. Perfect. Good. Not far to go now. Next element is the heat shielding. So we just need to make stone tablets and then combine elements to make that happen. It is 1.5 belts of stone tablet involved. It's 27 machines, so it can't be one line and it doesn't fit together neatly. We could split it down into 4 machines and 3 machines, and then whatever that does to that. Doesn't divide nicely, not at all. It's 18 and 9. And 3 and... it's not 4 and 3, it's like 5 and 3. No, 6 and 3. We'd have to overdo the tablets quite a lot, which isn't the end of the world. But yes, 6 2/3 of a machine is an annoying number. Over 1.481 belts. 4.5 machines per belt. Can't do a half machine. So it would be 5 and a 3 to the 18 and the 9. In order to keep it as one line. Could be good, then bring the sulfur into under half a belt so the sulfur and the steel could be combined. It's probably the way to do it then. So we're going to have 2 rows in total, but they can be squished together quite a bit. 5 and 3 to the 18. And 9. Really doesn't look right, but yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I mean, could we divide it more evenly? We could do 4 and 4 to 14 and 14. That would be fine. We'd be overdoing it, but that's not the end of the world. It's not going to mean we needed an extra belt of anything or anything substantial like that. I hope. Be 28 machines instead of 27. Could just cut one of the lines back and have 27 machines. It's 2 14s. Take that one away. Make it less, sure, but then we would need 4 on each line. Would we? Yeah, yeah. Is 4 enough? Yes, definitely. Yeah. It's fine. Stone tablet into heat shielding. Should be good. Don't need to leave that big of a gap on that end though. And it's shorter than the other stuff, so yeah, it's fine. Okay, so stone in, stone tablet needs its own, so stone in on the ooh, awkward. Each one needs its own belt of stone tablets, so stone in on the inside, tablet to the outside. Set them to alternate near and far, and send that belt to be inserted here. Stone will end there. Could be shared. 1 brick every half second. Could the long handle get that fast enough? Could do, but might not. So probably just split the line in, just in case. Send them that way to be inserted there. Then we need to get sulfur and steel. And we'd be asking it to insert 8 sulfur and 2 steel every 10 seconds, which currently they're grabbing 2 at a time, or is it 3? It's 2. So the long-handled inserter would need to grab 5 times in 10 seconds. Yeah, it should be able to do that. So we have long in there and out there, short in there and out there. They'll be there, and so that's the input, that's the output. Can I? Yep. Nope. Like that, yeah. In, out, out, in, yep. Good. Just need to send whatever that is under there, the joint sulfur steel line. And then this is stone brick, which... Okay, it's just going to be a little awkward there. That back another one. Bring the stone brick in there. And it can wiggle its way in, be fine. Just a little wiggly. Copy all that over. Probably a bit more than that over. We need that. So that's in, that's outbound. What's going on there? That's the last of them, and that's the last there. Should be fine. So that's heat shielding, which again we don't know where it's going. It might actually be going left now, although that'd be very hard to wiggle around all the nonsense we've got in between. We're just going to have to go right, so we'll leave it doing that. That's fine. That's it, right? So we just got to plug that in. It's very simple compared to the others. Stone brick. Left, and then sulfur and steel, which this is hang on, this is the last use of stone brick and the last use of sulfur, but not the last use of steel. So that's all going in there. This is all going in there. Like that, and the steel is split there. It's going there. That means, so we're not using iron here, we're not using iron in the next bit, we're not using iron in the final bit. So that was the last use of iron, can go in there. We're not making any electronics here or in the next one. We are using plastic. Okay. We're not using silicon or glass anymore. So that's the last silicon. And that's the last glass. Just get rid of some of the junk I've picked up in this process. Iron, stone brick. Take the other stuff up north. Keep things a bit tidy. Copper, silicon, glass. That's fine. Some batteries and red circuits somehow. Get rid of them in here, can't I? Yeah. Get rid of that in there. Good. Okay. That's fine. It just works. 27 machines making low density structures down here at the end. Probably need a gap. What is I mean, is it going to be one line? Can't share the belts of plastic or copper together unless we do what we did earlier and split this into two lines, which we might, but we don't need to. The output's low enough, right? Every 10 seconds we're making one, and we need 2 steel, so we can do, if we leave the gap, in and out on the long handled, in on the long handle for the steel, and then in on the short for the other 2. Be fine. And that way. Yeah, I mean, like I said, we have to send everything to the right because we can't bring it down. The left didn't leave space. We'll deal with the situation in a minute, but it's not what I wanted. Pretty big issue, which we will deal with shortly. That's a lot of copper there still, and we're only using 3/4 of a belt, so that means where we took it off to make that, it became 1. Good. We should just have a copper, a steel, and a plastic left. They are going steel in first, which we'll send under. Then whichever. And the last one. If it'll reach, not from that, from there. Good. Oh, and we need more than 2 machines. 4, 6, 8, 10. 2. 1 more. I need them, and then that's the output. Okay. I've run out of long-handled inserters. Let's build in what we can and then stock up on. Well, we don't need to. We're kind of at the end. We'll see. Let the bots do that, then we'll go get the long-handled. If they come back into bed. There we go. Everything else is okay for now, really. Just grab some long-handled and come back down. That'll do. Good. That's going to make them, then it is 20 machines at the end. In one long line is fine. 4 inputs, 5 inputs. 5 inputs complicates it, but they can all be shared, that's okay. It's going to be here. All them inserters put in while we're here. These are making that recipe of cargo rocket section. They're going to have input, input, and input, and then outputs. Yep. Copy that down and then we'll work out how we bring all this together. Now that is there and there. One thing, are they all equal? No. But roughly 4, 4, 1, 1 and 4, so it doesn't really matter how we split things out or combine them. Built in. So in theory we can send the finished things down this line, but there's a lot of stuff already here which is complicates it. First one is rocket control units here. Let's try it and see how much of a mess we can make. Send them this way. Under them. Down the far edge, because that's most out of the way. I guess. I mean, yeah, we're not going to get around that. We'll send this under whatever we come across. Which is a bit messy and ugly, but there we go. That is RCUs. Might have wanted to combine it earlier with something. We'll see. Next thing is these cargo thingies, which are in an awkward position. Let's bring them this way. Could we somehow here combine them? I can wiggle them here unless I just get all of these to the far edge, which is harder to do. We're going to need a little messy wiggle wherever we do it, however we do it. So bring them this way, combine them, and then wiggle them back on, extra wiggly like. Which we're going to want to clear this whole line to get that flowing right. Just unload them manually. Clear my inventory. A shared belt. Not enough room. There we go. Did I? Yeah, I picked up some of them. Put it on the closer one. Oh, the furthest one, because it's the furthest out. There. The next thing being made is these pods. They're going to go down there, which is now free the whole way. It'd be nice if we could have moved the other one over one, but no big deal. I'll live. That's making a full of them, and this is making a half of these, so send that this way. Combine with this one, which they're all on the wrong side. Let's move them all to near side. And the belt will be split better. Check that's fine, yep. Yeah, they're all moving. Good. Which means I need to scoop all these up to get them on the right side. Or the correct side. And then they can join the other side. That'll go to there. And I'll empty these out of my inventory. There we go. And then we got that full line of this to wiggle around as well. Kind of feel like just send it down and that way. Bit longer than it need be, but that's no big deal. Send it under that one and across there. Rid of that into there. We'll be making rocket parts, which can head south basically, doesn't particularly matter where. There we go. 20 machines make 50 per minute, allegedly. And that's it. Did not take as much time as expected and did not take as much space as expected. Is that really 400 machines plus 75 chemical plants? It's about 500. We could easily fit the same again in this square. Which is very annoying. Because we can't easily just bolt it on the end. Some of it you can. Like for the low density structures, we could just copy and paste that on the end and it would work, should work. Doesn't appear to be working at the moment. Not getting enough copper. Interesting. Should be. Might have cut them too early up here from the looks of it. They're not flowing through properly. Interesting. Might extend them a bit then. Could help. Don't know. No big deal. That could all be doubled out. They cannot because... don't know why. I think they probably can, actually. The pipelines were my concern more than anything. It would take a bit of fiddling around, doubling up this and that, and then whatever, but it seems fine at the moment, so... could probably extend them. It's anything where there's, like, a belt full, so this, if we extended, would end up having 6 lines of cable coming out, so that's too many. We would want to add one in vertically to do that. We can also just copy and paste everything to the right of it. We would just then need the inputs, so we would need a wider bus, which we don't have, so we could build a second bus, which you can't do, really. Or we can. it can be done. The main issue is the 8 lines of copper plates. In fact, so I think we leave it for now. When that's turned into ingots, it'll be much easier to split it in half. Or to have 2 lines instead of 1 coming away from this. One comes down here and is split out, and one goes down here and is split out. I think that's actually pretty viable. Juggling what's on the left so that it also is on the right would be difficult, but we could just copy the train station and have everything delivered on the right hand station, the eastern station too, and send that up, and then split what's coming out of the northern station into 2 directions. Like you combine all 8 lines and then cut it off. I mean, what do we got? 0.981 of the plastic, so we'd need to do an extra line of plastic and then send one of them back on itself and down. It would be messy because we haven't left a lot of vertical headroom. Might want to just cut the whole thing and move it down. Would not be easy, but can be done. We could do the right hand half as far down as it goes and then send these right and split them instead. I think it's workable. Copy the western station to the east so they've got both. Work out how to split the northern station in half. Probably do take everything that's on the left and move it down. Which, like we can give a cut and paste instruction and it'll do it. I guess. I mean, we can. I just put the train station at the bottom in, so we've got that level, we know where that lines up. And then we can consider that. Though I wouldn't do it on stream, it's incredibly boring. We just have robots do it off stream, move it all down a couple of rows. And working out somehow then how we deal with the top. It can be done. But the alternative is we just do it better to begin with, try and make 100 per minute to begin with, see if we can fit it all in, because yeah, like I say, a lot of it's just extending the rows out to the right, though. Yeah, these aren't running, which is concerning. Something is wrong with one of the inputs, at least one of them. What we got going on here? So plastic will be fine, it's just one line being taken away. Iron isn't used there. So only the copper can be an issue, and it can only be an issue if I've done this too early, cut them too early. Which it does look like it's not flowing above at full speed, so suggests it's been cut too early. So we'll extend that down now. Try and fix that, but and then put the station in the bottom, and then I don't know. Bring this line, so we won't cut that there anymore. Bring that line down. We will cut it here instead. That's where it becomes 3. And then here it'll become 2. Might improve it, who knows. Let's get the station done in the south. Or not. We just want to stop and redo it bigger. I do kind of want to stop and redo it bigger, because I'm sure we can fit it in. Okay. I'm not saying it's a complete waste of the last 3.5 hours, but just that we have to redo the entire thing. But that's okay. We're going to redo that entire thing. Let's stop delivering materials in so we don't waste so many. We won't necessarily waste any, but yeah. That's not what I meant to do, but it does do the job. Yeah, I would like to try and do 100 per minute in one square. So we'll try and do that in L49, the one just to the west of where we did this one. If it's unsuccessful, like for whatever reason we can't squeeze it in like that, because it's possible, we can't just extend it to the east. Some of the things will move, so it will go down as well, and we'll have to see how we can minimize that. But we'll try making these in L49, and then if it works, then we'll take out what's in M49, and this will be replaced with capsule production instead. Yeah, it's fine. And if it doesn't, then we give up, and L49 will get switched to capsule production. That's fine. So on basis of that, it's M49 for now. So L49 is rocket sections at 100 per minute. Good. Okay. Just get started on that, I guess, is all there is to do. Very nice. I mean, on the other hand, 50 per minute might be more than enough. It might be completely unnecessary to do this. So just doing as much as we possibly can in the space provided for it just seems like the right thing to do. So yeah, I think we do try and do 100 a minute here. So we know rocket control units first, then cargo pod, that, then that, and that. Good. In here we want, I don't know if the order matters, batteries, acid, reds from circuit, components plus greens, cable and tablet, probably tablet and cable, then we're working bottom to top in our usual order. So it's quite a simple one, just lots of machines to begin. Then cargo pod gets more complicated. What order did we do it in? It was like inserters first or last or whatever. Doesn't matter. It does. Let's do red and then them. Then inserter, electronic circuit, the other inserter. No. Them, other way around. Then that one. Then them and them. Right recipe for that. Then the basic stuff, so sticks, gear wheels, and cables. Tablets. It's messy and it's not going to make much sense in any case. There's the chest. But that's fine. 477 machines just for the rocket control units. But you know, we've just done it, and then we can see that more will fit as long as we stretch across. Going down and up again would probably not work, I would imagine. Might do. We can take a theoretical peek at that in a second. This one was a bit more easy, all those elements, and then no, done that wrong. Combine the cable, combine the pipe, gear wheels, and then the tanks are just beams, and that looks fine. Then the heat shielding is tablets plus them things, and then the low density is just them things. Fine. So this would be 848 machines, plus we need to break down steel from ingot, iron, and copper. 848 plus another 80 odd. Still under 1,000 machines, just. Seems fine. Belts wise, we then need a much wider, well not much, a somewhat wider bus to fit everything. Which is interesting, that'll also change the amount of available space. So, you know, it's not a sure thing, but it could fit. Still just one of steel. Yep. 5 iron, 7 copper. 3 sulfur, 2 glass, 2 plastic, 2 stone brick. It's quite a lot more space actually needed for the bus on the left, which will shift everything over, but we could still easily fit that and double the number of machines across. If we just doubled everything vertically, we know it would work. Well, that's an interesting idea. We can just copy-paste. Copy-paste each segment and paste it twice. We just then the juggling like the inputs and the outputs so that they do fit might not work because there's twice as many inputs, and where they're like interlaced between them, then changing it could change things. So I think that's not the way to go everywhere, but potentially in some areas we can just copy paste vertically. We'd then need to go down, around and back up again, which not always going to work. Not necessarily going to work if like the last thing is a really long line, which it will be, could be. Then going down, across and up again would not be so much of an option. Unless we do what we've not done and go all the way to the right and up again. Build off to the left. I don't think it'll be the right way around. There we go. Let's try it the normal way. We know the train stations, they're not currently requesting anything, so can copy paste the whole lot. And the balancing up to there, but the number of lines is going to be different, so we're just going to go up to that point. There. I'll just need to rename. That is L49, because it copied the name when I pasted it. It's going to be a big, not waste, but we're going to use a lot of material to build this second one, and one of them is definitely being taken out, so yeah, we're going to have a whole bunch of materials at the end of it that are unnecessary. Okay, that's that. We probably might want to move silicon to the inside because it's the only single line. Yeah, it doesn't matter. We can juggle it around wherever. It's 2 lines of plastic, 1 of silicon, 2 of glass. That's there. Then glass, there's 2 of them. And then 7 of copper. Yep, which we've done before. Yep, it should be okay to take 8 lines out of this, because there are 8 warehouses, so shouldn't be any issue with 7. That's a bit of a mess. Have I done something wrong? Yes, that should be back 1. 2 lines there, 1 line going along there, 2 lines going along there, and then there'll be 7, which means we're going to end up quite a way further south. Interesting. Could fit regardless, or might really not. Gonna have to build the whole thing out to find out whether we can even fit it here or not, which is awkward as hell. And very on the fence about how to proceed with this. If we can fit 100 in, then I absolutely want to do it, but I don't want to spend 4 or 5 hours discovering that we can't fit 100 in, and that maybe 75 is okay or whatever, but we've got 50 set up and it works. And if we want another 50, then we can just copy paste that entire square somewhere else, and we've got 100. The cost of that is there's half a square wasted here that we can't do anything with. We're using 3 of the stations, so if there's something that only requires 1 station, we could do it here, which there is, potentially, potentially might be in the future, we'll need to send rocket parts around the galaxy. So we could take them to a launch pad that's in the east there, which would need rocket fuel and capsules delivering, so they could be delivered in the east. Okay. Yeah. I don't want to spend the time building out and discovering this doesn't fit. That would be a nightmare. So let's not. Let's live with the 50 per minute we've got. And yeah, live with it. If it's not enough, we deal with that in the future. That would be just a bit preferable to doing the same thing but bigger again for the next hours and hours. That's, yeah, big one. And then up there. Up there, sure. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm happy with that, I think, actually, yeah. Or not unhappy with 50 per minute. So we do need to set up here. Shouldn't have torn that down at all. We still need a train station here. We'll deal with that in a second. That's fine. These robots back inside. Let's go fix next door's requesters. Make sure they are bringing stuff in. Again. One. There we go. This one was requesting plastic. Silicon, which I can check, is in 50s. Okay, less of that then. And glass, more of that because it's in 200s. Copper in the usual. Okay. Add them to the western station again. Which was sure, iron, steel, sulfur, a lower number, and stone brick. The usual. There we go. Okay, they're back up and running. Train station to build in the bottom to take rocket parts away. Because we need to launch lots of rockets of lots of different things. What I'm inclined to do at the moment is have a square where things are delivered and it's full of launch pads that launch them all over the place. What we could also do is, for example, the coal. Next to the train station we could have a launch pad that sends it away. So we'd also deliver in rocket parts, capsules and fuel to where the coal is mined up so that it can be sent away. But that seems just a bit messier than just training the coal over to a launch site, a square that just launches lots of stuff around the place. Seems efficient, perhaps. We have a random hole in the ground. I've got no landfill on me. Some nearby. It's a little bit to the west of us. I'd like to fill that hole in. So yeah, there's a need to put the rocket parts on the train network so they can be taken around. We could package them. So let's get rid of that. And we'll work out how that works. In sections, so it does 5 sections per 5 seconds into a package. And we could move them around and then unpack them where they're being used. Then you fit more in a train. So the moment we would fit 40 by 8 wagons, 320 stacks in a train, which is enough for... what are they stacking? Individuals, yeah. There's enough for 3 rockets per train. And we're making a rocket every 2 minutes. So trains would have to be pretty slow for that to matter. For us to need to load more. If we packaged it, it would be enough for like 15, which is fine. Takes in 5 every 5 seconds, so it's 1 per second. We're making... I can't work that out in my head, but I should be able to. Let me just work this out through the planner. So packed, made from unpacked, which I don't need to calculate. So yeah, 10 per minute would use up our 50 per minute and would require 1 machine to do it. It's interesting. Just how fast the machine is or how slow our production is. So 1 machine makes it kind of very viable. Just before we load them up, we run them through a machine that packages them, and then when we unload them the other end, you just run them through a machine that unpackages them. If all of our production can be packaged with 1 machine, it can be whatever is required can be unpackaged with 1 machine. It's always going to be enough. Let's just move more around at a time. Does that matter? Or perhaps there's a case where we don't want to move more around. When we launch the rocket to another planet, some of them are recovered, not packaged. We want to send them back from the other planet to here if they're not being used up quick enough. So when they land, they would be unpackaged. And then we reuse them. So we'd have to package them as well if we're doing packaged ones. I don't know, it seems like the right thing to do is to package them to increase the density. It's more efficient because they're more dense. But I can't, it's not a huge benefit. I think we do it. It's 1 machine, we do it. That's fine. So I just need a station layout like that one. Do the job. It's going to fit there. Split everything evenly between them. They're being made over here. Could send them to the right and down. Kind of want to... Now we want it to come from the left, don't we? We want to cut that belt, flip it, and put it back. An extra pole there and a combinator. I'll set that up in a minute. Let's get this built in. Or running low on belt. Too low, probably. We shall see in a second. That could be elsewhere. Put that in that gap there. Fix that while we're here. Good. Wire up the red. There we go. Wire up the green. Configure this. And the maximum. And this is a provider of whatever it's got. Good. Let's go get some belts so we can actually plug that in. Fly up and grab that. Then, yeah, we need to make capsules. We're making 50 rocket sections per minute, plus what we reclaim. Probably want to make like 1 capsule per minute as well. every rocket is a capsule and 100 pieces. So in theory we need a capsule every 2 minutes. They're always reclaimed. Always? Not sure if they're reclaimed if we crash. They're often reclaimed, so we really don't need to make that much actually. Although I don't imagine them requiring many machines to make, just like one. That would probably not be much. We'll look at the plan in a minute or two and see what it would take, but I don't think it's going to be much. Bit of a waste of a square, maybe. See how it goes. Maybe we could have fit it in here as well. Deal with that in a second. So we're going to want a machine here. We'll just load her in, load her out. And it's going to packing cargo rocket sections, yeah. And then they get spread out and fed around the place. So we want to bring this line down. And into that machine. There we go. Rocket sections are available. Interesting stuff. We'll see about juggling all that. We also want to do something different here, actually. We just disconnect that for a second. We also need to get the reclaimed rocket parts available again. Where they come back home. So we're going to Hephaestus to get vulcanite. We're going to launch rockets of water there because it doesn't have any of its own water, and that's going to be needed to generate power. They're going to get water, they're going to get rocket parts from that. They're also going to get rocket parts delivered to make sure they always have enough, and rocket fuel and capsules to make sure they've always got enough. So it's going to be a bit awkward actually, that, especially the capsules. We'll deal with that when we get to it. They're going to send back vulcanite in rockets. That's going to land somewhere and have capsules, rocket parts and vulcanite all delivered into the same point. All of them need to go back onto the network, which again is going to be pretty complicated. We want... I don't know how we deal with that. It's going to be messy, very messy. Quite a fundamental change to how we deal with train stations. We can use filter inserters to have multiple things output from the same train station. So that's not a huge issue. We'll have a landing pad, and either it splits its 3 items between 3 train stations, which would be a huge waste of a square, or we have 4 landing pads in each square and maybe 3, and the rocket parts and capsules go combined to one place. Don't know. But we then end up with the issue of there are rocket parts in multiple places around the network, and we need to keep things moving. So we need the vulcanite deliveries not to stop, because the rocket parts being returned with them are not being consumed fast enough. So we need to move them. We need to bring them here, package them, and reuse them, you know, for other uses. But here we can manage with making sure it doesn't back up, as long as they always come here, which is fine, okay, in theory. If we're constantly requesting rocket parts to be delivered here, they're going to be picked up from the south station where we make them, delivered to the east station where we're requesting them, and then fed straight back in a big circle that constantly runs. So that won't work. We can use package and unpackaged. So the unpackaged ones that return are brought to the east station are packaged, and that's what is transported around where requested. It's a pretty neat and tidy way of doing it. The other option is to put the returning rocket parts on a different train network. So at the moment, all of our trains are on the default network grid, but we can define a stop that is a different encoded network ID. But that would require not mixing the stations to handle multiple items. Not that that's going to be easy anyway, but it might be necessary at some point. So there's a way of doing that, but it seems awfully complicated. So I think we go, I mean, I'm happy to package them so we can go with that. There will be trains carrying unpackaged ones around. The typical delivery is going to return 24, at the moment 24 pieces, which is very easy to move with a train that can carry 320. Probably let it build up or something before they're moved. It's complicated. And this is what I meant at the start when I said I can't quite put all the pieces together to how this is going to work. It's there's just too many pieces involved, so we kind of have to do some things that seem like they might work and hope that everything meshes at the end. So we can have a station in the east here that is taking rocket sections. We'll feed them down into this system, make sure they are prioritized so that they don't back up, packages them and feeds them back out. Which could mean we need more than one packaging machine. That's possible. We might put some in just in case, some extras. But we're going to need a station, and it's going to need pretty much what we've got here, one thing to unload. Copy that, put that in here, to there, add that extra pole and the constant combinator, go. Should have enough stuff on me to build it all. See how it goes. Need to change all the filters on these. So it's not going to be barrels of lubricant, it's going to be unpackaged cargo rocket sections. I think. Could do it the other way around, but I think this is the better way around. Place those settings in. Why does that look... That's right. Single A and then... Yep. Good. I think. It's going to be a big long line running these down and over. It's fine, because the bigger the buffer is, the less likely we can, or the more likely we can keep things moving. Probably going to want to cut across there. So what are we going to want to do? We're going to want to always have lots available, but the train station isn't going to be the best place to store them because it's the last point. Now, we packed some, right? But they're not here. Oh, they're on those loaders, sat waiting to load. Fine. Again, annoying. Would be good if we could use inserters going forward, but the distance is wrong. The issue is we can't put the warehouse one closer to the rail because the power pole sits there. And you need the power pole to power the inserters, which is ironic because you don't need it for the loaders. It's interesting, actually, we could. But don't get distracted now. My thought was we need a warehouse or warehouses before this point, so probably one with the unpackaged ones, and then probably one with the ones we're manufacturing as well, and that can fill up. We can just keep, yeah, of course, can't fit them in the inventory when they only stack in one. We'll go, load of them in. It's going to be a, well, I say a lot of them, but it's not that many because they only stack in ones. It's 512. I don't like that being so close to the edge as well. I would rather have it there, so let's make that happen. And then move this line to there. Them all put in. That's full. Okay. Really doesn't hold many. Let's just put them in here for now then. Okay, there we go, that's tidied up at least. So the returning ones are going to load into here, which is perhaps not enough space. Should be okay, should be okay. And the other ones, the ones we're manufacturing, are going to load into here. I have multiple packing machines, probably. Probably. Let's assume so. We know one can do quite a lot, so two might be enough. How many can two do? Just look at the number. Yeah. Work this out somehow. 150 sections into 30 packaged ones from 2 machines. Seems good. Probably. Could we do... we can do more. Obviously we can just move these around a bit and do more. Move that to the left one probably. Do 4 machines. I think I would like to do that. Which means clearing more of these. We put them in there temporarily. That's more like it. Why don't I automate that a little bit? They can only grab one because it doesn't stack in more than one. That's interesting. Makes sense. Can usually grab like 6 things at a time, but not with these. There we go. 4 machines. Where are they? There they are. Being packaging. I need to input 5 every... yeah, that makes sense. So 1 grabber will be okay. Get them out of there now. Build that there. Reconnect that. Okay. And they're going to output here. Which can run into that splitter. That's well placed, not bad. So this one should always output. If we have any being returned, they are the priority. They need to go in. This one, kind of want to feed it onto the same. So we probably run it across and into this, but we use a circuit network to control that bit of belt there. We only load newly made ones if this warehouse is empty, perhaps. So if the number of rocket sections in there is 0, then yeah, we should see this. It feeds in a few at a time and then stops when anything backs up. It's going to take some time to clear through, but this should obviously be packaging a lot faster than it needs to, so we should get through everything we've got pretty quick. And then this won't ever flow is perhaps one issue. It will... Or will it? It will, actually. The input and the output are the same speed. So the only time it will stop is if there's something coming down from the return. So we want a second warehouse, which will have to be spaced like that, unfortunately. And that's going to load her through, and they'll load her in there. So the ones being returned are always moving into here and then from there into there at the same rate, which is fine. Could send more, double more, it's not a big deal. Join together there equally, run down the line, come into the first one so there's some buffer, come into the second one which is analysed. We only add new ones if we've not got any currently coming back. But we also want to stop if we've got too many down here. Okay, that's another matter. Let's wire in these warehouses to the red network. No, that's connected to the trains. We don't want to do that. We can wire it into a deciding combinator. There. Don't want to connect the two networks. Could just turn that one green. But no big deal. Into the decider and from the decider to that network. So if those warehouses, which are connected to the train network, have got more than a certain number of cargo rocket sections, then output a cargo, an unpacked one, which stops the belt, which should currently be stopped. The number of... No, oh, I haven't filled up those belts there yet, which is annoying, but there we go. Just how it works because we're using loaders instead of inserters. In some ways I regret now, but there we go. Inserters wouldn't have been fast enough until we got the stack ones, but we could have prioritised that. It's just a thing. So there is a buffer that allows us to back up if there's an issue. We are stopping them from coming in if we've got returning ones ready to package, and we will stop them from coming in if we've got enough. So the issue is we fill the tray station in because we're not using any rockets, but rockets are returning constantly. We don't want to fill the train station in. We want the returning rockets to be able to be processed. So we only want to hold maybe, I don't know, 2 train loads here. We're not making them fast enough for that. I don't think we're going to need big buffers on the other end, and we're going to need to make a lot of these to build up our buffers. It's going to be an interesting one. It's not a great system, I don't think. No real alternative. You know, we're trying to work at big scale here, so the system's going to need time to build up, which is a bit awkward. Let's say, what can we fit here? 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 512 slots and 40 go in each train. So you can fit just under 13 trains in a warehouse. So if we had 4 train loads ready, we could stop, I would say. So 4 40s across 8 wagons, 1280. the number of packed sections is more than 4 train loads, we will not load any new parts in, but we will load in the returning parts to be packaged and provided. Good, I think. You know, it's not perfect, but I think it's the right kind of like priorities and good size of buffers. But you can see like how slow this is going now. It's working at full speed. Every now and then a chunk of 20 arrive, which I guess makes 4 packaged ones, and we're talking about 1,280 against the 4 that we're making every now and then. So I'm not sure how relevant it'll ever be, but just don't want the system to stop. You know, it's their entire interplanetary logistics network. Don't want it to stop ever, because it could cause big issues if we are like prevented from sending water to Hephaestus. Their power's going to knock out, unless we like really overbuild solar over there or something like that instead, which don't really want to do. There we go. Need to wire this up and then set up the request here. So we are requesting unpackaged rocket sections all the time, as many as we possibly can. Hang on, let's get these signals in first. This is a requester. What did I do for the barrel recycling? This is a similar concept. Barrel recycling always wants all of the barrels here. So we just set a very big number. Yeah. Sure. So in theory we've got 512 by 8 space for 4,096 of them. So if that number drops below 4,096, then we want you to bring a train load? No. We don't want them to... don't want a train to come and not be able to unload. If a train comes and it can't unload, then it goes back to the depot with stuff inside it, which is a disaster, really. If we can't... we could actually find a way of dealing with that. That's a future theory. So we want to take a train load away from this, like a whole one. So 512 slots, less the 40 that fit in a train. By the way, we've got 3,776. Play it safe and call it 3,750. That is if that minus 3,750, and we'll start getting alerts now. You'll have seen them in the bottom left, constantly telling us there's no barrels available, there's no vulcanite available. Now there's no cargo rocket sections available, which is fine. Might turn those alerts off pretty soon because I've got a very active network and I don't really care. But there we go. Rocket parts are being made. They are available to trains, and our recycling of them is connected. That's what we set out to do today. We're just over 4 hours in. That's not bad going. I am disappointed in how little space it took up and how we could have done more than 50 a minute. But you know, it's a stab in the dark. We never knew what would fit or wouldn't fit. So if we had done 100 and it didn't fit, I'd be even more upset, I think. I'm going to add in L49 to work on the planning for the capsules, which are on this page. Yeah, space capsule, there we go. 1, I think. Fresh one. I mean, if that, yeah. We're going to want, like, same kind of deal. We're going to want a big buffer full of them, but then we're not going to need to make that many in the future. Interesting. Yeah, this is not going to be big, but there's a lot of different elements, which is very, very annoying. them, them, heat shielding, and them. Those are delivered direct. Glass and fuel are available. Drop into each of these. Same deal. I mean, it's the same. Many of the same elements as the things we just made. These are different. That's all delivered, but those are not. It's pretty simple and small numbers too. Just got to make batteries for that. Delivering the rest. Very small numbers. I mean, not very small, but small. Small enough that it bothers me that we waste the space on them. That's it. 200 machines. And I've missed some things here, haven't I? To break down these. That adds another 20. So 215, 220 machines against the 432. So about half what we just did. And we're going to give it like a whole square to it. It's very annoying. Should have combined them both into this square, or done more of these, more of them. Combining would have been messy. No, you know, it is a waste of space. I'd like to pack more into our squares in general, lay things out more efficiently, but you know, it's the nature of the guesswork, I guess. It is what it is. L49 will be these 200 and a bit machines. It's, you know, it's not a tiny number. It's just going to fill less than half of the square in. Which is fine. Fine, I guess. That's fine. The other thing in my mind is if we're going to have rocket parts specifically delivered back, which and capsules as well. System applies to both parts equally. If we have another planet, it's getting rockets delivered, so it's got rocket parts. Also going to purposefully deliver rocket parts because it needs to always have enough to send a rocket back. So we make sure it always has enough to send a rocket back by sending it parts on purpose. Also reclaims parts it's got. If it gets too many parts, like it'll have a buffer holding these. If it gets too many, that buffer gets too full. We want it to purposefully send them here to get reused somewhere else. So it'll have like a minimum threshold and a maximum threshold, and they'll be moving around for various reasons, but we'll want somewhere where they are returned and they land if they're being returned here on purpose. Which we could put in this square. So we could have them returned by rail and by rocket. The issue being the returning rocket has a capsule in it. That capsule needs to be put on the network and sent to somewhere else, which we're not equipped to do here. We could re-equip it here. It would take up quite a bit of space in there. So I'd rather not. I guess I'd rather just have a spot where they're returned. And then a train takes the two elements to different locations. That actually makes a lot more sense. A lot more sense. Again, it might just be a huge waste of a space, but we might have multiple items like that. You know, we've got a square where Vulcanite's going to land back and then just go on the train grid. Not necessarily going to process it in that square. We did before. We might again, depending on what it needs, but could be that it just goes onto the train network. And therefore, you just have a place where rocket parts land and go back on the train network. Seems fine. Seems better than trying to deal with the capsule being in this square. So, yeah. What we're going to do is in L49, we're going to do the same as what we just did in M49, but for capsules only. And the same process of them being returned there for reuse, not overproducing new ones. Making sure we prioritize the reuse of old ones, which, like I say, capsules are, you know, you reclaim 100% of the ones you use, so they'll be fine once the buffers are built up. I'm missing the warehouses, and we probably will need more loaders to make the next few stations. So we'll do that next. Won't go too much longer today. Like, we're not going to build out this entire square L49 today in this session. Am I considering doing anything between sessions? No. No, I think we live with what we got there, and then we're going to rebuild this one in. It's fine. We'll get started on it, but then see how it goes. To work out what we're doing with everything as well. But it will be very similar to the one we just did, just with rocket fuel is new. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, it's the same things, but rocket fuel as well. Number of belts is a lot smaller. Well, it's smaller. It's pretty much one of everything, but 2 are copper is all. So yeah, same things, but we'll have rocket fuel added in the western station, which means I could just copy all this pretty easy. All of this, including the requester. Different number of belts, but it is 1, 1, 1 and then 2. So I could copy that much, maybe. Just need to rename the station. L49, good. Then they're not needed. And that's a bit unnecessary, I guess, but fine. Yeah, fine. It's very unnecessary to move it over there. Yeah. Does not matter. The missing belt line all the way across. They'll be there. Yeah. Let the robots build the rest in. And do the big obvious things. Okay, what comes next after we made the capsules? We need to, I don't know, set up the other end, really. Need to get barrels of water available and the launch pads and stuff like that. Kind of think we need to make a couple of trips in person, back and forth between here and Hephaestus to get everything, you know. We've said before, oh, we'll do it in one trip, and it never happens, so better to plan on making multiple trips back and forth. So we just need to like take a rocket silo and some landing pads and a whole bunch of stuff so we can just launch things over there, and then including ourselves, get things into place. Some basic logistical bits at the other end, and then sort out the logistical bits on this end to make sure they're being sent right and back and forth. That's, I mean, probably begin that in the next session, at least bringing the things together. We need to remake some life support capsules just in case. Shouldn't need them, but just in case. And maybe some more landing pads and whatever, depending on how many we saved in our safekeeping box. Don't know. Might have been nice to have gone to the moon we were on and reclaimed all the stuff we got there, but that's not going to happen. This station, pretty much likewise, yeah? No, we're going to add another line, so it's going to be 1s all the way, 5 lines of 1. Have we done that anywhere before? Not there, not there. Here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 lines of 1. Yep. So I don't want the signals, but I want everything else. Up to that point. Where are we? Down here. I'll line it up in the right spot. Looks good. We'll want to add a pole and a combinator. Get them wired in. Get it built before we actually request anything. Trains won't get unloaded. Well, not a good supply of steel around the place. I guess, you know, we're using belt, which is consuming more. Well, I mean, we saw we have made enough rocket parts to go, so we just need to get a little bit of vulcanite back, and we can, and that's an excuse to set up the production to include it. We're out of a bunch of stuff, aren't we? Yeah. It's fine. Can unload, so let's get the requests set up. That one. Requester 4. It's not in there. Steel. So iron, steel, sulfur, stone, and rocket fuel. Iron. Steel. Sulfur. Stone, brick. And rocket fuel comes in stacks of 10. If I can find it. I think it's in this one. Yeah, there it is. 1600, there we go. Start requesting things that, you know, no steel available, so I guess it won't bring that one over, but still. I can do the floor here. Now it ought to be. And yeah, I don't know why the hazard lines are pointing a different direction, but there we go. Fix them all. That's all good. Let them build what they can. Then we need to go get underground and combinators, so we can change the settings on them. And underground is going to need steel, which we don't have. We'll push it and we'll get there, I'm sure. The work we did before fixing the real major shortages has carried us through a long distance, so it's all good. Now I'm just gonna disable that so that message stops coming up, because it bothers me. I shouldn't disable it, but that message bothers me. None left here, of course, I knew that. Undergrounds are here. And then combinators are west of here. Well, they're where we dropped off actually, aren't they? No? They're not. They are around here somewhere. There they are. 2 stacks, we're going to use quite a lot, don't know how many, but not terribly important. Things are delivered up there, nice. Can get all this built in. Luckily, none of these filters are set to things we're having delivered. Otherwise they would have started unloading, possibly on the wrong belt. That was a bit silly of me, but never mind. So we're going to have iron. That needs changing to iron. That needs changing to steel. Likewise there. That needs changing to sulfur. To stone brick. Stone brick. And the last one is for rocket fuel. good. Now I can set these, probably. We'll see. They are stopped. Interesting. Stone brick and rocket fuel. Copy those settings for all of the warehouses. They should start unloading. Yep, good. And we, I don't know, can move them over to take them up tidily. Doesn't really matter. But sure, why not? Take these all the way up. Those a little bit to the top. There we go. Anyway, what have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lines. Makes sense. There'll be 2 there. No, won't. Because that line is there and that's not going to move. So we are 1 to the right of that. 2 lines there. 4 there and 4 there. So usual fashion would be copper, iron and steel. Which are the wrong way round, of course. Put the iron to there. Steel up 1 under there. Really doesn't matter, but there we go. Put the 3 electronic ones together. They probably, again, might be combined, but there's a few weird things in this, so maybe not this time. Guess we'll find out. Them under all that, and then we've got sulfur. Send it up 1 higher so it can go under, and then these 2 guys. A bit too far. Under all that. There we go. They're all lined up. No rocket fuel coming. Am I crazy? Just maybe taking time to bring every different thing. Yeah, that's fine. We do have it. I thought we did. Here is everything. Very nice. Go a little bit longer. Can build a few bits of this out. Why not? A few of the initial things. So 5 machines splitting the steel, which would start here. Yep, that's about right. Splitting down steel ingots when we get to that. 6 doing iron, 8 doing copper. Copper's going to be on 2 lines. Interesting. Do I want to... We know we've got space to play with here. It's fewer machines and simpler than ever, so you can kind of just do things in the neatest, tidiest fashion with big gaps in between everything and not really need to worry, I think, so. Are these outputting? The steel is half a belt, so we could just stay on one side. I remember saying that to myself before and deciding doesn't matter. So we will alternate. And then they're ready to copy paste down here. It needs to go onto 2 lines, so we'll create a second one. Oh, we could send it like we did before to... Yeah, but no. Like I said, we'll take the extra space this time. They are there. That's going in there, out there. In there, out there, in there, out there, in there. That's all good. That doesn't really matter, I don't think, that splitter. We can do a push left, but it won't matter. So little compared. Good, so next machine will be there. That is to make, or start the production of the rocket control units. That's the bigger bit. Do I want to... This is 0.8 machines. I could round up. Bit late now. As long as nothing goes over the number of belts it currently is, it would be okay. Let's take a look. So it'd be 1.25, the speed of the machine. And we'll put the sulfur over to a second belt. We could juggle around, but I don't care enough to do that, so we'll leave it at 1 and then not have to worry about that. Okay. So we've got 14 making the cable. Yep. We're in cable out. Again, that's going to be on 2 lines. Fine. Them set properly before I copy paste. Alternate them. If it's 2 lines or 1.5 lines, I could just put one in the middle. Is that the middle? Yes. Sure, why not? As good as anything. If we didn't do in the last square, put an extra splitter at the end. It's not necessary, but maybe we'll add them in later. Next time I fly over there if I remember, which I probably won't. No big deal. That is there. There we go. Next stage, 2 making the tablets. It's an awkward number of machines and belts needed for the circuits again, but 2 and 7. It's not going to go there. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Try that. Them things. There we go. Stone in tablet out. Other way around. Yeah. They might as well alternate. So it's going to do... yeah, that's fine. We'll have that. Other way around. Maybe? Yes. Run there. And the output's going to run there. Put all them up. That's wrong way around. That down. That's the copper cable, which we need to bring 1.1 lines over. Bit annoying with the stone there. Can we bring the stone in 1 down, poke it up, send that under and that there? Yeah, rather that. So we're going to split off. It's complicated, isn't it? Could do this. So push the line over and take a whole line, then push the remainder to that line and take it, and then I don't think there's enough splitters to do that. It's just trying to squeeze into too small of a gap, really. I think we need to do that. Pull it off, and then terminate it. Yeah, which could all move forward. One space, please. That one will run there. And that one will run there. Bit wiggly, but there you go. That's what you get. Good. Got more in the first one. Doesn't really matter. We'll back up and push through. Just 2 lines. You can just put it halfway. Could be further down, but this will get the job done equally. Doesn't need that because that's terminating. That's all good. That's all good. And then yes, stone bricks will go in there. Perfect. I think that'll do us for today, if I'm honest. The brain is starting to flag, having done a lot of the same thing over and over, which, yeah, it's what we've been doing for weeks, but we're 4.5 hours in. It's about the right spot. Not bad today. Quite frustrated with the outcome, but it has achieved what we set out to achieve with today's targets. We're making rocket parts. They are available to our train network. We have some good bits in place for the recycling, like the initial foundation of interplanetary logistics is there, and it's right. We do the same thing, so next session we'll continue with the same thing for the capsules, get that set up. Then yeah, like I say, we'll look at like a launch area for getting a few bits and pieces moved around, the bottles of water to Hephaestus, the capsules and rocket components and rocket fuel to Hephaestus as well. Needs like a square where we're going to dispatch them from, and then we need a square where we're going to, or an area where we're going to receive back the vulcanite ore, and then an area where we're going to process it. That's probably a bit later, but we're going to make a few journeys in the next session, I'm sure. After this L49 square has finished, a few journeys to Hephaestus ourselves to lay things out, build things in, and make sure we get everything right. We're going to need to like set up power generation there. We're going to need to set up the mines themselves and the everything to move that around. Bit simpler than last time because we're not going to be making delivery cannon capsules on the other planet. We're just going to receive deliveries of the necessary parts to launch rockets back. So a few extra rocket silos will be needed for that, and landing pads for different elements, but it's, you know, we'll just build those out of spare stuff we've got. Hopefully we'll stretch the steel to make it there. It's very low now. Yeah, very slow. But hopefully we'll get it done, you know. But not, you know, good progress for the session. Let's get a save in there on the save number 1. And that's happy enough. Frustrated with some of the way things lined up, but happy with where we've got to. So thank you very much for joining me, everyone. Appreciate it. People having a little chat there. People lurking away in the background. Raid from GUI at the start. Appreciate the hell out of that for sure. And of course, everyone catching this later on YouTube. Appreciate you watching as well. The video number 1 of this series is about to break 500 views, which is weird, but much appreciated. Very much. We'll be back for more Factorio on Saturday, like usual, like it has been recently. Continuing the things we've just discussed, starting at 4 PM BST. All the details in the usual places about that. I'll be back tomorrow for RimWorld. Continue our colony there. Should be fine. It's going quite well, actually. I think I'm quite confident we're going to get a good amount of stuff built and more military capability built up in our session tomorrow as well, all being well. And the coffee shop is moving to a new building tomorrow in their RimWorld colony, so that's exciting stuff. Do join us if you're around. Big numbers, yeah. 500 views is a lot of views for someone like me. For someone with, what is it, 40 subscribers on YouTube and 500 views on one of the videos. It's nice, really nice. There you go. The streams that are coming up. That's all that. What are we going to do for the rest of the day? Little time left. I'm sure there's someone around we can raid into now. There's a few people to pick from. Shadow is playing Payday. Sure, interesting. Melon is doing some Final Fantasy, which is not my cup of tea. And Jazz is doing a bit of Power Wash. Yeah, Tipathon is a long time now. Really long. Comments are working. I have no idea if comments work or not. The detail about Twitter was released recently, and comments apparently don't do very much at all, but likes do. So I don't know if it's that. It's like the likes that you drop in, or it's the comments on YouTube might be significant there. I have no idea why, but the channel's doing all right. Really. Let's Jazz. We haven't raided over there in a while, and a bit of just chill power wash is the right cup of tea, really. Continue doing things. Yeah, no, do whatever you want. I don't, no worries. I do wonder sometimes if I'm supposed to respond. I think that might be significant. Like if you comment and I reply to it, that might be significant. I don't really care. I'll do whatever's natural and right, and we'll see if it works or not. Have a bit of power washing. Yeah, it's nice. Chill game, and quite a chill chore in life sometimes. Yeah, we'll see. In any case, we're ready to head over there and see him. Just get myself through the Fortnite advert. Well, I didn't get one this time. Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone, one last time. Do enjoy the rest of the day, whatever you're up to next. And hi, Squibbly. Thank you for lurking the whole time. It is appreciated. Very much. Very much. A great voice. Thank you. Quite a few people have said that. I don't hear it in myself, but I'm glad other people enjoy it and that it works. And it helps, whatever you're up to with your day. But yes, good. Hope to see you guys again soon in streams and the rest, but do have a good one, and much appreciated. We will have a nice time with Jazz. Let's say hello.